Alright, I have a very special announcement for everyone in here early, alright? Observe. Thank you for your time.
It seems we have a guest with an intriguing destiny. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
Introducing the best news for ice cream lovers since ice cream began. New Simple Pleasures. It's everything you love about ice cream, but no point. New Simple Pleasures is unbelievably rich, incredibly creamy, and absolutely top. Oh yeah. Because New Simple Pleasures is made with all natural pure athlete, yeah. Instead of point. New delicious all natural Simple Pleasures. There's never been an ice cream like it.
There just hasn't been an ice cream like it. Can you imagine? Anyway, how you guys doing this fine evening? Apologies to Kahi, who subscribed at the beginning, and I didn't notice that I still had it muted from the Rifts game, so apologies for that. Thanks for the tier 1, 26 months, big 2-6er. Imagine. And Tay Barracuda, thanks for gifting a sub to Dr. Rula. Ahem. Valorant pre-roll almost had you little.
Which prawn?
Thank God we were so big. Yeah, damn, I gotta say Valorant just isn't targeted towards me. Not everything has to be for me. But holy shit, that game was like a negative 5,000 on the looks interesting scale. But, I don't know. I guess enjoy what you like, but... Blast Fian TX, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. For 4 months, you've returned for more Ogre Magi knowledge. Well, alright. Thanks for liking my stuff, first of all. And, yeah. Sometimes I deliver knowledge. But usually it's just, like, trying to be entertaining, you know? Or just, you know, as I see things. Anyway, thanks for showing up. Ben Zell, thanks for the tier 1. Oh, brand new subscriber. I tip my fedora to you, my lady. Appreciate it. Your friend who lives on Valorant, you plan on holding an intervention soon? Is it that bad? So, to me, it just looks like, yeah, another Team Fortress ass game with the worst art style ever, right? The League of Legends kind of cartoony, silly willy, shiny, like Fortnite a little bit, just a little bit mixed with some anime, just like a gross art style to me. And an Overwatch kind of game just doesn't look good. But is it like intervention thing where your friend's playing a game that's like truly bad for their health, you know, like League? Or is it just like, you know, they're playing some game a lot? I don't know how ironic we're being. Do we know if we are getting any AOS content in Nova? Yes, we do, very low me. And it's a good thing you brought that up, because I have it in my notes to bring that up, and I was about to forget, like always. Wednesday. Big Wednesday. I don't stream on Wednesdays normally, on account of that's Warhammer Weekly. And we share the same audience, and, you know, I appreciate him having me on his show a million years ago, which kind of got me a start, so I respectfully just don't stream Wednesdays, you know. It doesn't cost me too much. I got a day job, you know. But when there's a live Games Workshop reveal event, sorry, bud. The gloves come off, I guess. You got to do it. It's time sensitive. So I'll be, as always, doing a Nova watch party live from GW's Twitch. Supposedly there's a roadmap. People think that we are going to get the Stormcast that we didn't get last time when Skaven won by kind of a landslide, which was not a surprise. Anyway, so yeah, we might be getting the Stormcast half. Supposedly there's a roadmap. Nova looking kind of big. 8 p.m. CST, which is, I don't know what time. You know, I'm not good with time zones. I'm just not good with them. It's like maps. I'm not good with maps. It's a character flaw. And what are you gonna do? Anyway, so that's happening Wednesday. And we will be here, both on YouTube and Twitch. It's not knowledge, it's big wisdom. When I'm serious, yeah. And I'm usually, like, kind of serious, right? And the things that I say, or even the silly things or the hot takes are done with kind of self-awareness. And I try to communicate that balance. Anyway, I don't know why I'm explaining myself. AOS reveal will be Stormcast and Rat Book Plus. Book they won't actually reveal. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the last time they did a roadmap, we appreciated them doing something like a roadmap. And that's, I guess, how I would describe. It's something like a roadmap. It's like, ooh, the next 2 battle tomes are Skaven and Stormcast. And then after that, it's an order book and a death book. And then after that, 2 faded out shadow characters like a DLC character in a fighting game you haven't unlocked yet. Ooh, what could it be? And I'm just like, don't bullshit me. Just tell me what is coming. Just tell me what's coming out. Like, fine, you've done your bean counting, and you figured out that if you don't tell your customers when anything is going to release, somehow they still buy. They end up buying more than if you would have told them, probably, because it's the only reason they would do something like that. But it is kind of annoying. My level of how much I care, though, is pretty low, but it does suck. Oh yeah, I'm kind of... It feels like Ironjaw's Vanguard is just like... That's got to be something that should have been done already, but for some reason it's a big company and wires got crossed. That seems like just an afterthought. Yeah, of course you have a IJ Vanguard on the way, surely. Unlike Spider Fang or Beast Claw Raiders or something like that, where it used to be an army, but it just isn't anymore. Deal with it. Ironjaws really is their own thing. Same with Cruel Boys, you know. So I expect a Vanguard for them. I don't expect a Vanguard for like Spider Fang and Beast Claw, but in other news, Nadu banned in Modern. I'm actually gonna get to. I have a little news section. I'm gonna get to it. I'm a little bit of a Magic player. I sling a card or two. I have been wont to. I might as well cover that. It's news. I'll give SJ some HeyWoah Plus content that anyone like outside of my fan base would give a fuck about, right? Because it has a title featuring something that just happened. I gotta throw the man a bone, you know. It was like we were burnt out teachers being proud of a student working hard to get from a D to a C+. You kind of like that. I would still call it a C-, but I would say it's from a F did not complete up to a C-, which is good. You gotta, you know, good. It's fine. You heard that Ogres might get a book fairly soon into the edition, along with a little range edition. I mean, that's what my body is filled with as far as Hopium is concerned, yeah. That would be cool. I hope they... I mean, everybody hopes they do a good job on their own faction, right? But... yeah, I hope they reimagine the look of Gutbusters a little bit. You know, AOSify them. I've talked about this too much already. But every time I stream, some percentage of people are new, right? So, if you don't like answering the same question or covering the same topics over and over, then you probably wouldn't like being a streamer. It's kind of like working customer service, and you put a sign. The sign says like cash only, and then you get a person walking up to you and they're like, "Do you take card?" You can't get mad. That's how it works. Anyway, yeah, I hope they reimagine Gutbusters. I hope everything is new. I hope they're much more Age of Sigmarified, right? A little more monstrous, a little more dynamic with their poses, a little less just a Warhammer fantasy army. You know what I mean? If Beastclaw gets anything, I'll be kind of surprised. And if they really just take this opportunity, because Beastclaw is half Finecast, and Gutbusters is almost half Finecast. And so maybe you just take out all the Finecast and smash the two halves of Ogres together and refresh the theme so that it looks real AOS, and maybe we got a brand new Ogre army that's no longer split down the middle, but everything is cool. I don't mind that. You know? As long as it's sick. That's basically what I'm asking for. I kinda don't care, as long as it's fucking sick and fun to play. And those are my two things. I've coasted for a long time not buying stuff, because I'm not trying to buy stuff a lot. And I've been holding off buying stuff for a little while, because it was kind of clear that either they were going to shit or get off the can on that one. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do. Anyway, good comment. You just want them to show us what is actually coming up in the next 6 months? Stuff ready to go, not Order, Common Destruction type mystery. Same. Yeah. I agree. This is the Rat Mose era, though. He's going to show up personally and give the breakdown in the next 3 years worth of Battletome reveals by name. He's going to shotgun a monster can after the ride off on a skateboard. Is the LARPing, is the lore on fake Matt Rose evolving? I'm okay with it. Hope they do a better job on those BTs than they did on the indexes, though. Rumor is Soul Blight is getting the next book and they're making all my stuff better, and that's it? Yeah, true. I got my custom war scrolls. Aren't you looking forward to getting your book super early into the edition only for power creep to eventually make all your cool stuff kind of useless? Yeah, well, if they made all of them at the same time with a leader, strong, iron fist, dictator, controlling the water level, then that wouldn't be a problem. You know, we make funny memes about Rat Mose, but I hope he tightens the leash. Or does a good job. I hope he does a good job. Maybe I'll put it that way. You mentioned your Bob Lysaga deck on a stream a few weeks ago. Been thinking about cooking one. What direction did you take it? Very loamy. That's a question I could talk for like an hour on. And I don't know how many people would care. So I fucking will. It's my show. Use it when you... I'll get to it. I think, very loamy, that's a question that we can move into when we talk about Nadu getting banned, because it's like kind of, you know, magic related. So once all the good comments and questions kind of peter out, once Pink Girl walks past, you know, so the excitement, the climax is over, right? We can get into whatever. Do remind me, very loamy, because I would. Ogres are due? Yeah, I agree. He's gonna max out his somatic casting. Hopefully. I like their little intros, or interviews they do. I like those. I like those things. I like talking to they got them all on the couch when the Skaven came out, and they're like, oh yeah, we were thinking about this, and loads, right? It's nice to talk to the people who kind of design it. I thought that was nice. And they got in, got out, peace out, fuck off. And everything was a banger. The last review, yeah, the last review was really short.
Good job, King.
But there was no fat. It was just, here's the sickest shit ever. I'm gonna talk about how we made it, fuck off. I actually liked it. The only bad thing was it didn't last forever, and so my stream was short, but like, whatever. If you have ogres get refreshed, BCR is gonna get even further pushed out of the way. Most of their models aren't that old. Yeah, I think so too. But if the Gutbuster stuff is awesome looking, then I don't care. I mean, people, you know, man can dream or whatever, but I essentially got to play basically the same army for like 7 years. I lunked out. You know, I kind of like stole victory there. If shit happens, well, whatever, I had a good run. I'll pick something else up. I wonder if they adding mouse gestures to AOS. They wouldn't dare. They fear my power. Lemmy sounds good. There's Nadu in my play group, and you're ready for it to be over. No need for gravity things at tier 1. They've subscribed for 11 months. Damn. Truly an amount of months. Appreciate the sub. No need for grav. What's this? There's a little Las Vegas sign. TwitchCon 2023, Las Vegas, Nevada. Nice. I didn't know you got a special thing for that. That's fun. Silky420, thanks for the follow. Mr. Woe, can you see my YouTube chat? Certainly can. Sometimes it takes a little while for bot Rex to join the YouTube channel so that it can hook those and put them over to my little overlay here. But they're there and they're live. You typed that a long time ago, I just didn't read it until now. It's not Botrix's fault. Ogres are your second army, and you went heavy into the Iron Blaster artillery list. You are currently sad, as you should be. But the wheel of balance will roll to me again. Yeah, maybe, Salt Patriot. I have to say, the Iron Blaster artillery list, in theory, is like a sick-ass... Isn't that cool? I just think it's a cool-ass army. a bunch of huge cannons, thick, thunderous clouds of soot, right? And then ogres walking around holding broadside cannons like shotguns, firing from the hip. Like, in your head, that's so sick. It's a shame that right when it became good, they decided from that point forward, shooting just wouldn't be like how it was from the last 3 editions. That was the moment, and they're like, okay, everyone, no fun allowed as we move forward. And they got the short end of the stick in the index, for sure. But so did I, you know. So did basically everyone except gluttons. Are they aware how heavily memed loads has become? Probably not. In Britain, I think that's just a normal term. And any Britbongers in chat, do people laugh? Do they giggle like children when someone says loads? Or is it just a normal thing and it's only Americans that have the sexual commentation where it's funny? I'm not sure. I think it's probably just normal. Your group is thinking about doing an escalation league to help new players get into AOS. I generally don't recommend those. But then again, I got into AOS in a super weird way, as I learned, over time. The more I interact with communities and crowds of people, you know, the more I realize the way I got into the game is just, like, not normal. The very minority. Are there any ways to try and bounce smaller non-spearhead games? I wouldn't try to. But if you have to play a 1,000 point just normal non-spearhead Age of Sigmar with half of your army painted and built, you know, in an escalation thing, no battle tactics, no priority. Simply no battle tactics and no priority. And then you have very, very predictable games, but you're just kind of like rolling dice, and maybe do that. The problem is battle tactics and priority are a big part of the game, and so it doesn't teach those players that they might want to play a bunch of Kinnerai or Furies or Frostip like that. There's a type of unit whose job it is to do battle tactics, and so they might not ken that those things are actually really important and they want them in their list. And the concept of chaff is greatly diminished when you don't have to plan around priority or anything like that. So, you know, it kind of teaches them the game wrong, but then again, they're in an escalation league. Maybe it doesn't matter. I think I would just have them, like, just finish their armies. I don't know. You know, just play Spearhead. The escalation part is just hobbying, and when they're done with that, play 2K. And, you know, test out their 2K lists on TTS or with empty bases and stuff. And, yeah, I'm basically a bad person to ask for this one. I don't like the idea of escalation leagues. I think they're, like, a bad idea in general. And if they're doing Path to Glory, then you're learning all these rules and all this extra complication that no one plays with, and it doesn't matter, and it's actually harder to learn. And then you have to unlearn some of that when you play the real game. It's just a mess, I think. Yeah, my recommendation is Vince's recommendation, which Kahi brings up. Play doubles. You build 1,000 points, and your friend builds 1,000 points, and then you play doubles against somebody in a real 2,000 point game of 4 people. And I would do it that way. I think that's the best. It's probably the best way of doing it. Yeah, Roasted a Waffle House, I think I agree. Slay's Darkness is so OP at low points. They don't I mean, the game isn't balanced for low points. And so you're going to get games like that. As we're seeing, the game is only modestly sort of balanced at 2K at the moment. But that's only the top few armies. There's 26 of them. You probably won't be playing against those unless some of them are local. New Warlow HeyWoah expansion. Log in, dude. Log in, dude. Log in. Yeah, true. There's a new World of Warcraft. And no, I don't even know what it's called. I played WoW for a long time, and I had some of the most fun I've ever had in video gaming. It was so great, right? And it was so great, I went back and did it again a few times. And then eventually went back and did it again for WoW Classic. And I had a slightly different type of fun, but just as much fun. It was great. Loved it. Don't want to play it again. And I don't really like anything that... I don't like what the game became. It's no longer a game I like. And, you know, you give them a few chances or whatever, but how many chances can you give them? I've turned the radio off. I'm not listening. I had a lot of fun a million years ago, but... nah. Playing currently on the same Warlock you played for 16 years. Oh, a fellow Warlock enjoyer. Nice. I don't know what has become of Warlock, I guess. But I really enjoyed Warlock when I played it. My enjoyment of Warrior greatly waxed and waned over the years. They kept redesigning the whole thing. Not as much as Shaman, right? But, yeah. I really liked Rogue for a while, and then it was kind of... I fell off from Rogue, I'm going to be honest. Well, it feels extremely bloated for old-timers now. I mean, it would have to be. It's been around for 20 years. Just about. You try to jump back in, it's just been too full of shit. When I try to jump in, it seems like a single-player carnival ride. And I don't like that. The whole game seems to be less of an MMO and more of a single-player theme park that happens to feature other people's names sometimes, and I don't like that. But that's just me being old, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt. Damn, is this famous Stonekeep streamer HeyWoah? This is Chorkley. Also known for Betrayal at Krondor and Darklands, yeah. I read the little white novel that came in the Stonekeep box that I bought from CompUSA. With dwarves and mushrooms and everything in it. That game was sick. And the Goblin King, dude? Anyway. The little riddles to open the chests in Betrayal at Krondor still sticks with me. And I thought the narration was great at the time. So anyway, true. WoW is the perfect example of be careful what you wish for. Yeah, it's a cautionary tale for giving the audience exactly what they want. And it's also a cautionary tale for, well, not a cautionary tale, but maybe an example of a seemingly harmless, no downside quality of life change that everyone is essentially for. That over time only through hindsight could you possibly have known that it would lead to like the ruin of everything. And you couldn't look that far ahead and think that hard about just the nature of community and how people interact and how people treat games, but it was a huge mistake, and that it's just a whole bunch of little things like that piled up together. And also the changing times. Maybe it was inevitable one way or another. Not just Dungeon Finder, but a lot of stuff like Dungeon Finder. Dungeon Finder, Raid Finder, all sorts of stuff. Servers being just a collection of whatever server clusters happen to be online at this time, so you necessarily don't really see the same people. The battlegrounds you play in are just random people from a million random other servers. The people you enter dungeons with you can't like see them later unless they happen to be exactly on your server. The sense of community, you know, that stuff. But as time moved on, the wonder and amazement of being in a virtual chat room with 3D models and stuff, you know, that wore off anyway. Maybe it was bound to happen one way or another, right? That was a huge selling point, and it's something you can never get back because it was just the time. It's sort of like the first people who invented the telephone, and then the world was just different, right? Or the first people who invented television and just stuff like that. You know, there's this marvel, and then it's old hat. As soon as people are born, when it exists already, it's over. It was only for that moment that it was special. That's why you play private servers. That's why I did play a lot of private servers, yeah. I played 3 or 4 of them, and then also Classic. And they were all awesome. But, as things often do, it becomes a day job. It becomes a part-time job eventually. And also, there's only so many times you can keep doing the same thing, right? And so we beat everything, we did everything, got to keep up with the boys, you know. And then they're like, hey, what about Cataclysm Classic? Don't let the door hit you. Celebrate the moment when WoW started to get really bad. No thanks. All those moments, like tears in the rain. Anyone recall Hexen 2? Yeah. It was better than Hexen 1, that's for sure. Used to play TF2 with the same people every single day for years. Best gaming experience of your life. Yeah, it's that community. Good and bad. Mad Season pointed out a lot of that started with Wrath. Correct. And even a few of them started in TBC as well, flying mounts, tokens for stuff, the release schedule of patches, a little bit of catch-up stuff, playing the patch, not the expansion. You know, you can point to a few data points on, was this really the inciting incident, or was this just a frontage road, you know? Yeah, the second time through, Wrath was very obviously that. I mean, back in the day, people called them Wrath babies, right? That's what they called them. C-beams glittering at the Orgrimmar gate. Heretic is good too. Heretic 2 is actually pretty great also. You were Ret when it was Law Ret, yeah. Any Hunters when it was Huntards? Hunters were kind of, well, the Final Fantasy XIV Hunters were kind of like that too. What is it with Hunters? I don't know. You were never super into WoW, but not doing the Prince storyline for the movie will forever be a giant mistake. Yes. Yeah, that's true. Shall we use our best story for the cinematic movie? made mostly for China and secondarily, I guess, for American audiences, kinda. No. Okay. Wild. I've rated things you couldn't possibly imagine. I got the first orange. Well, not strictly speaking the first orange. That was that necklace that mistakenly dropped off of, what, Gar or Baron Geddon, I think. The one guy got, and they accidentally took it out of the game. What was that amulet called? It had a damage shield on it. It dropped a single time. I can't remember what it was called, though. Technically the first orange. Some ancient boomer WoW trivia. Person can Google that, I guess. And then I'll be like, of course, I think a rogue got it. Despite it being clearly kind of a tanking neck. Talisman of Binding Shard. TY Googler. We were in the desert when they rang the bell. Welpin. We were opening the gates of Ankh-Karaj, deep beneath the sands of Ankh-Karaj. An ancient evil stirs. You went so hard during Wrath, you had a great guild, made new friends, reminded me of why you played WoW for so long, and our server shut down and offered free transfers off, and it fell apart. Yeah, tales old as time. The WoW movie came out at the height of the, hey, we will make sequels for a million years forever for any franchise. Yeah, and so they maybe planned on that, but then it didn't do that well. The thing about you should plan for your multiverse thing forever, but you do have to kick it off with a fucking banger. Or you should. Try Dusk, Cultic, and a Medieval. Anything New Blood puts out is worth your time. I agree with this. I mean, I liked Duke Nukem, and I liked Blood, and I liked all that other stuff, but... Oh, Pink Girl! There she is! Let's go! Alright, anyway, and I liked Quake. But I think I liked Quake the most. And so for my money, Dusk was really something special. Dusk was so good. And it was made by people who not only were fans of it, but truly understood why it was good, and probably grew up playing it. Because even the level design felt like Quake. Sort of the difference between a phony nostalgia bait made by modern people who weren't there when the original words were written, you know? Like, what's that Space Marine game where it's got like pixel art kinda? That thing? And the level design is just terrible. It's the difference between a phony game like that and a real nostalgia game like Dusk. You can tell when masters have made it. People who were there. Or grew up on it or whatever. Anyway. Didn't the WoW movie do better than any other game movie at the time? I don't know. It was super heavily marketed in China, and they have 2 billion people there, so even if it quote-unquote didn't do well percentage-wise, it probably did well in a absolute sense. But if popular equaled good, then McDonald's would be gourmet. Quake 2 I Spit, different team. Bolt Gun, that's the game. Yeah, that was right. Duak Nukem was good, but Tribes, that's the classic nostalgia jam of your youth. Nice, a Tribes enjoyer. Same team mostly, actually. Really? I thought it was a different team. That's shocking to me. Ever try Project Warlock? No, I haven't heard of it. Legend of Grimrock? Based. Dusk gave you weird medieval vibes because of the black nothing skies and you got the cognitive dissonance. Yeah, that was part of the charm of it and why it was so, like, had this Quakeness to it, because Quake was split down the middle between a tech future sci-fi shooter and a medieval Dungeons and Dragons axe swinger. And there was like internal battles during development about what kind of game it would be, and it ended up they scrapped everything like twice and just shoved it all together. And so it just went from brown palette, gross, kind of soulless sci-fi into brown palette, dark, kind of soulless medieval knights and stuff. It was cool. It was an accident. And it was a troubled development that should have created something bad, but it actually created something very interesting. What an accident. Yeah, and Trent Reznor kind of carried the game with the troubled soundtrack, which he had copyright issues with forever, and then kind of vowed never to do games. He could turn him off from games. And he's like, I'll do movies instead and win 700 Oscars. With what's his name?
Good job, King.
Notorious is tier 1, 37. Perfect streak. Simply big. Appreciate it. Robert Zombert. Saul Williams. I was thinking Atticus Finch or whatever. Is that the guy's name from... Is it Trent Reznor and who's the other guy? Atticus Finch from To Kill a Mockingbird, except the music producer version. Atticus Ross? I can't remember the guy's name. One of those. Speaking of Wrath, your Chosen are Lich King themed. Absolutely based. Great work. Can you rate my Stormcast test model? In Discord, maybe. I don't know that I want to put you on blast. Unless this is like you, low-key, you're like some Sergio perfect painter and you just want to show off to everyone. In which case, that would be fine. But I'd have to open up Discord on my stream computer, and I hope you understand. Also, I'm certainly not the person to talk to about painting advice. I'm like a vaguely okay painter at best. I'm not particularly great at the hobby aspect of the game, but, you know, that's fine. I think there's something special for doing it yourself. No big deal. People don't, like, legitimately make fun of people for not being a great hobbyist, right? The only legitimate criticism people get is not painting their stuff. Being bad at painting is one thing. You know, whatever. Different people are on different stages of their painting hobby journey. Some people are trying to improve, some aren't. But that's all we're looking for. We're looking for that effort. You know? We'll make fun of you for being lazy and not painting your stuff. But if you paint it and you do a bad job, well, you did it. You finished it. No big deal. Hey, first model, CNC welcome. Looks like a Golden Demon winner, yeah. Quake was accidentally good. Is the fact you didn't know you needed to know for the day. Well, good is all-encompassing, and it probably makes you think about gameplay and stuff like that. I'm just talking about the aesthetic and the aesthetic of the whole world. Why things look like how they look like. What the story could have been and almost was a few times and ended up being. Quake was good because the level design was awesome. And the controls were awesome, and the gameplay of the game was so good, and the music was good. And it turns out you could speedrun the game, and that was super sick. I'm just kind of explaining why the visuals seemed so clashy, right? And Romero did legitimately make the best levels, yes, yeah. He was the best level designer. He was super mad that they didn't include them in the shareware first act, though. However, they were correct not to. His levels were so good, you didn't want them to be the first ones the audience interacted with. You wanted a tutorial act first, to get them to get their feet wet. So, yeah, at the time he was mad that his weren't the featured ones, but they were right to do it. That's kind of the lesson of the whole thing. Like, everybody was mad for different kind of legitimate reasons, but ultimately a good decision was made most of the time. A lot of times life is like that. Unfortunately, Daikatana fucking sucks. Yeah, it did. Sigil's tight, yeah. I like him. Seems like a decent guy, I guess. Really good level designer. They never gave him another chance, which is crazy. Had John Romero failed 20 years later, he would have gotten a golden parachute $300 million and been allowed to direct another 12 AAA games. Because apparently that's how it works now. Unfortunately, he had one bad game at a time when you had to take accountability for stuff like that. Nowadays, there is no such thing as accountability, right? So it's sort of too bad. And white? No, he's a Cherokee, Mexican. Yeah, half Cherokee, half Mexican-American, born in America. Yeah. He's two things, but neither of them are white. Oh wait, you were probably talking about the paint. Okay, never mind. Ahem. Just trying to set the record straight over here. On an unrelated note, you look forward to Peter Molyneux's Albion? I don't. But man, on an totally unrelated note. Good meme. Good meme. You half joke, you actually do love Peter Molyneux. Same. Even though I was playing the games that were coming out when he was known as, like, I don't know what I can't remember the funny little quips they made out of his name, but the big promises, basic, liar guy, right? But, dude, Dungeon Keeper was sick. Black and White was sick. All of his games were like 50% terrible and 50% genius at the same time. Fine. Okay. I'll take something that dreamed way too big and ended up flawed 100 times over a safe, boring game. Bronze Golden Demon winner back in the day who made fun of other entries at the SoCal GW HQ store, and then he lost to you. Fucking got him. So it was really funny to see. Yeah, when I say the words "no one makes fun of other people's stuff," Obviously, this isn't to be taken literally. You know, I believe there's several memes of like a space marine where his face looks like it's melting and everyone's making fun of how poorly it's painted, you know? Like, obviously those things exist. I'm saying, in general, you're going to get less judgmental reactions than you think you are in your head, is like the full statement on it. And some people are just dickheads. It's life. You can't have it bother you. But also, it's good to learn to take good criticism. It's something I learned in art school. The ability to accept constructive criticism without being a giant fucking baby about it. And it's something I wish more people learned, and more adults learned, in whatever school they happen to go to. Being able to accept correct criticism, even maybe rude criticism, but that is correct, you know, without being a huge fucking baby about it. It's embarrassing when I see this happen. People are like, streamer man, this person said rude thing about you. Okay, what did they say? Were they right? Because, like, if they were right, then I don't care. If the goal is to get better, then it shouldn't bother you how you are delivered good information, whether it's rude or not. You know? You use the Katawa Shoujo music too much. Yeah, you're right. You are correct. I do. Yeah, I just do. I'm not going to as much in the future. Good call. That's... What, is that so hard? Am I wounded? You know? You're just young enough to only catch his Fable sequels and stuff. Oh, okay. Peter Molyneux. In random kind of gamer news, there is a cow level in D4. Yeah, I was tracking the people trying to figure out what it was. But it's not found yet. Oh, well, yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah, that's the most information we had gathered probably 2 years ago. The real answer is they haven't made it yet. Maybe they're working on it. Sometimes super harsh criticism can elevate you to higher levels. Sure, I mean, the harshness of the criticism is sort of irrelevant. I'm more utilitarian about it. You know. You can call me a fat retard as much as you want, but if you're right about something, well then, is the goal to not be insulted, or is the goal to improve your content? You know, the proof is kind of in the pudding there. It kind of makes me laugh. You know? I don't know. But I guess maybe I'm a first principles sort of guy. You're talking about talking to yourself in your head and inner voices and stuff. I don't know much about that kind of stuff. I'm just kind of like, well, do you care about this or not? You know? Do you have time to do this or not? What's the goal here? I'm kind of like a first principles sort of guy. Someone points out a flaw in something I do, like I went to art school, I'm aware of the flaw. Yeah. That's why I hate, that's why most artists hate their own work, right? You see everything that went into it. You see what it could have been, and the compromises you had to make, and the failures you succumbed to in reality, you know? And so like, you know, probably shouldn't have done this. Yeah, I agree. I regret that. This, you probably should have said this instead of that. That was the wrong thing to use there. This color was wrong. You could have done this better. Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah. Next time I'll try to do better. All right. You work a job where almost everything you write gets passed to customers or posted on a website. You get a lot of feedback. The hardest part is figuring out which of it is good. Sometimes that is tricky, yeah. You know, determining what is good feedback and what isn't. User experiences vary greatly. Trying to figure out if the person talking to you is a minority or not, you know? Like if your website isn't dark mode, I think it probably should be. But it would be interesting to see the numbers on how many people actually use dark mode versus not. Maybe only 2% of people use dark mode at all. And then maybe I'm in the minority and I didn't even know it. And you talk to everyone you know, and everyone you know uses dark mode, but you're just talking to the 2%. Could be, right? Our fat retard. Yeah, it's a term of endearment, unless it's not. But I don't care, it's funny anyway. I don't take offense. You have an idea when you start, and when you're done it's different, and that gap is the pain of the artist. Yeah, true. And you go through some suffering, you know, when you're growing up and learning and becoming an artist over that stuff, but I think you do have to come to terms with it eventually. Or at least have an attitude about it. And wrangle that attitude into a positive thing somehow. If the attitude you have isn't positive, what are you doing with it? You gotta fix that. You gotta get your life in order. You rarely go outside. Are you gonna take offense? Good meme. Dark mode should be default. I think so. For eye strain, but then again, I can just talk about my... With a running start and a shoulder, I should think. Yeah. I think the biggest issue with people who start painting is they want Golden Demon results with their first mini. I don't think they do. I don't think they do. You have to have some sort of realism. I think you're like partially right. Maybe you just type that so as not to give me a huge novel, and I'm going to take the gist of what you said. I think people don't realize how difficult painting is. Because really good artists make it seem very easy, and teachers make it seem very easy. And then they put paint on a model the first time, that first brush stroke, and they're like, oh my god, this is really hard. I'm way farther away from even it looking bad than I thought.
Wait a minute, how big it is? Oh, okay.
How big it is. Martinez thinks the bits. Light mode is king. It's okay to shoot me. I don't want to shoot you. You're suffering enough. You have to look at it under light mode. I'm not going to kick a man when he's down. Oh my god, I suck. Yeah. That kind of hurts, you know, when that happens. But for me, it gives me a profound respect for people who put in the work to get that good. And I see how much I would have to put in to do so, you know. That being said, one of the nice things about painting is that visually you get to see a clear and distinct improvement over time with physical objects that you put next to each other. That's very nice. You actually, you improve pretty quickly when you're really trying to. And you can just put the models right next to each other and see it in real life. And I think that's a great motivator, at least to me. I know it's tempting to paint over old stuff, but I would keep it as this is gonna sound really lame, and I say this understanding it. It's like one of the, you know those old joke posters that had the cat hanging from a wire, and it's like, hang in there, buddy, you know, like a motivational poster. It's kind of like that. Remember where you came from, right? I think that's kind of cool, and it's sort of cliche, but I think it is magnetic in a certain way. I think it's cool. You're on team take pictures of it. I wouldn't take pictures of it. First of all, it's hard to take pictures of models, and cameras don't see red the same way we do, which is rough. I would keep them in real life. We're gonna get new D&D review this week. Yeah, I think so, Brandon Man. I'd like to go over. I'm not gonna do the rest of the classes. I'm gonna cut to what I should have cut, because the first half of it was good, and then I got mired and bogged down in looking over Barbarian, because I was going through it in book order, but I should have diverted away from book order. The first half was good because we talked like general rules and ability score stuff and all that stuff, right? And then it throws character classes at you right away. I should have skipped that and done like background packages, how skills work, feats, you know, weapon masteries, things like that. I should have done that stuff and then gone into classes. So that's what I'll start with on the next D&D React, I think. You know, races and backgrounds and stuff, that sort of thing. About those D&D Lego mini figures coming out, your kids are excited for some fantasy stuff. Legos, all right. Feats, Feats. But feats are not free, sadly. You still have to choose between a feat or a +2 to an ability score. Absolutely disgusting. I can't believe they didn't fix that problem. Hey, do you want the actual best choice, which is the most boring choice that's just numbers? Or do you want like a cool ability? A lot of the feats give +1 to the score at least. Alright, hey, maybe I should hold my tongue and look to see what the feats do. Right. Maybe I should do that. But I always thought that was dumb. It seems like a choice put in there just to make people feel bad almost. Like every time you get a new level as a wizard, you either learn one new spell or +1 intelligence, right? Like how annoying would that be, having to make that choice? And I know you wanted a meaningful choice, but I think that's gone off the deep end on that one. Hey, was there a reason we don't have a cooking channel in the Discord? Yeah, I don't want a cooking channel in the Discord. Good question, though. I don't want like a million channels. I join Discords and they have like 30 channels and I just tune out. Too many. People are cooking in all the channels. Hey, got them. Runs of Spoons 1, thanks to tier 1 for 3 months. In advance, you think you're still gonna like me after 3 months of listening to the what the fuck is that? Katawa Shoujo song? Anyway, thanks for liking my stuff. I appreciate it. You never said that. You said I was subscribing for 3 months. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Never said you would still enjoy it, just that you were doing it. Alright. He's technically correct, which is the best type of correct. Anyway, I'm kind of looking forward to looking through the next D&D stuff. I should probably get that out for SJ's sake. And also there's banned and restricted updates for the formats of Magique, the Girthering, the Girthening. Oh, we're looking at the rainfall onto the blacktop. Nice. Yes, just got a family to feed after all. True, true. I'm in a big magic mood. You know, I left the wizard tower not once, but twice in the past week. This is an increase in the rate at which I leave the wizard tower by 2 in the average week. I left the wizard tower 2 times. And one of the wizard tower expeditions was I went to a friend's studio place in Madison. And some of the old grinder team got together for some Commandala, for some Magic the Gathering Commander. That shit was hella sick. Very nice. And so now I'm all hopped up on Magic right after that. Had some excellent win conditions and goofy interactions and stuff happening. A lot of people taking control of each other's turns and causing them to be completely wrecked or winning with someone else's combo. A lot of people sensing blood in the water. If you don't have blockers, sorry bud, you gotta get some. A lot of Spine of Isha being looped, cheated onto the battlefield, and then sacrificed, and then cheated onto the battlefield, and then Goblin Weldered back 2-3 times a turn. A lot of Mana Crypt into turn 1 Derevi action. Some One Rings here and there. A bona fide Stifle. Using Arden to equip Skull Clamp to somebody else's Bird of Paradise to kill it, and then you draw the 2 cards. Mindslaver lock with Academy Ruins. One of them was playing Memnarch as a commander, and then one of the people in the pod, me, was on a Voltron equipment, and so just continuously stealing every equipment and killing everybody with him. It was a good time. More like Memnarch. One way that I lost was Memnarch player resolved Emrakul the Promised End, targeting me, so took control of my next turn. And I was on 5-color Garth the One-Eye. And I'm like, it's fine. I don't have a way that my cards can interact on board to combo off and kill myself or something, so it's fine, right? And so it rolls around to my turn, and while controlling my turn, he top decks, what's the card? He top decks Sepulchral Primordial. 5/4 Intimidate for 7. When it enters for each opponent, you get to reanimate one of their creatures from their graveyard. And alright, the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Fucking Craig had that stupid demon with pay 2 life Surveil 2 in his graveyard. And so, alright, I'll have you cast Sepulchral Primordial, reanimate his stupid fucking demon with pay 2 life Surveil 2. It seems you're at 36. That's an even number. You're dead. Alright. Fucking Doom Whisper. You got me. So that was great. That was a wonderful... But, you know, don't worry about it. Emrakul the Promised End card, totally fair, because you get an extra turn after they take your turn, right? It's rare that someone lives through that, but anyway, it was awesome. I love like quote unquote annoying ass win conditions. It's what Commander is just totally about, right? It's so sweet. I managed to get off the I managed to get the Phyrexian Altar, the one where you can sack a creature for any color of mana, and then cast Rise of the Dark Realms to return all creatures from all graveyards on the battlefield under your control. And I have a Zhao Dun the One-Eyed, so sacrifice him to return Rise of the Dark Realms to my hand, and then sacrifice everybody's creatures, which produces more black than what Rise costs. And so we loop casting Rise of the Dark Realms infinite times until everyone dies from like the one random Kokusho just re-entering over and over. There was a Dark Depths 2020. We had some good games. What's your favorite color identity? In Commander? Probably Golgari. Probably Golgari is my favorite color identity in Commander. Because the best thing to do in Commander is ramp and recur shit. Because those are the two things that, like, for some reason it's illegal to... It's mostly illegal to fuck with people's lands. And it's considered faux pas to just combo off and kill people. And aggro sucks because you're playing against 3 people with inflated life totals that 35 years of red cards and aggro things haven't taken into account. And so it makes ramp strategies just kind of really good for the most part. Unless you're playing with your old grinder team and then they don't give a fuck about any of that rule 0 shit. Oh, turn 3? Yeah, Crucible World, strip mine you. I'll play strip mine for my graveyard, strip mine you. And a second time with exploration, strip mine you. It's a league game, Smokey. Over the line. You like Magic Talk? Well, hey, alright. I appreciate it, Sir Fluffy. Yeah, graveyard hate is mostly acceptable. Unless it's like farewell, then everyone's mad. But as long as it's not farewell, grave hate seems to be fine. You don't play against control player effects. It's always feel bad to see your game state so slaughtered. And there's a pact for that. That one's pretty good. In the past, you're in the just past learning it stage, but you still can't get the core. Okay, so Golgari is green-black. It's the Ravnica Guild where they came up with those. Golgari is green-black, Gruul is green-red, and there's 10 of them. It's hard to be the control player against 3 other people, but you can do it. You can do it in certain ways. A lot of being a control player in Commander is learning about, like, what's okay. What can you roll with? What's fine? In what way can I play around this without wasting a card? Or, you know, so on and so forth. You could do a stacks thing, but stacks is kinda... It's kinda not great. Cards are just about too strong now to get really stacked out for too long. And casual players hate stacks so much that they kind of rule 0 it out. So if you're like a stacks enjoyer, you're walking on eggshells a lot of the time. I don't mind it really, but... You played your first game of Commander a few months yesterday and you're about to win, but they top-decked a board wipe. Hey, that'll happen all the time. It's Commander. You gotta learn to let go. You play something, it'll die. You think you're gonna win, you'll lose. You think something is protected, it's not. There's always an answer. And there's always a random, like, goofy interaction or outcome. But that's like the fun of it. Consider the fact that in Commander, all else being equal, you have a 25% chance to win, which means you have a 75% chance to lose, considering you're 1 out of 4 different people. And so really take that to heart and be like, who actually technically wins the game is sort of irrelevant. Like, it makes for a good story, but for the most part, I feel like you should just be looking to do your cool thing once or twice and have neat stuff happen. Who exactly wins is kind of like whatever, unless it's in a funny way. Go ahead and play Grand Abolisher, see what happens. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do about it. Not play my commander. Because I built my deck in such a way so that it operates perfectly fine without its commander. It doesn't much care. But if I was playing a really commander-centric commander deck, well then, geez, I would hope I draw the removal I put in just in case of situations like that. You're thinking of Drannith Magistrate? Oh, I am thinking of Drannith Magistrate. He said Grand Abolisher, which is the double white you can only play on your turn. Or you can't cast spells, activate abilities of creatures, artifacts, and something. I know it excludes lands. Never mind. Yeah, Grand Abolisher. Grand Abolisher is legit. You will catch some heat for it, and a lot of Commander is heat mitigation. To the point where if your opening hand has Soul Ring, my advice is not to play it. Play it turn 3 or something. Unless you really have to. A lot of Commander, even choosing what Commander you run, is kind of like heat dispersion. Do you reveal a Commander everyone hates? So there's 4 players in a game of Commander, but there's technically a 5th player, and it's right in the middle of the table. And it is the Eye of Sauron. And a lot of what you're doing in Commander is just making sure that eye doesn't point at you too much. Unless you like that, then, like, good. Like, have fun. Some people like to be the problem. That's fun for them. You know? It's sort of a, like a validation thing. Not in a bad way, though. I'm not using therapy lingo and judging here. It's just like, I made this deck so that I'm the arch enemy. I'm the problem here. You know, look at me, I'm the captain now. And then, you know, you play the deck and everyone turns against you because what you're doing is too good. But if that's what you want to happen, that's fun. And yeah, you might lose, but you're not doing it to win. You're doing it to be, like, powerful and a problem and stuff, and that's cool. You know? There are some players that complain when anyone, like, targets them or attacks them, or, I'm not the arch enemy, he has the better, but... And maybe you're right sometimes, but chill. You know? Now's not the time. You can't expect your opponents to have good target priority all the time, right? Just take your hits. It's fun playing Perforos and racing the table. Yeah, sometimes that's fun. Playing Coma be like that. What's that one mono black dude where it costs 5 whenever anyone sacrifices something, you gain control of it, and you fill your deck up with, like, dark rituals and death clouds and shit. Anyone playing Tergrid at this point is the kind of person who kind of likes that dynamic. Yo, check this shit out. And, just try and stop me. Parenthetical, you might, but it'll be fun. As long as you're cool with it, you know. There's some stuff you play, and you kind of can't complain if someone destroys it. You know? Like, you put a guy's cradle on the table and I strip mine it. You weren't gonna do anything even remotely fair with that land anyway. You know? What are you gonna say? No, it's a fair guy's cradle. Come on. Just take it. It's fine. Sometimes you gotta see if they have it, right? Nobody puts a solemnity onto the battlefield and isn't doing some goofy shit with it. You know? Alright, it's fine. In your commander session, one player convinced the whole table to kill me while I was using the bathroom. Come back to 0 life points. Damn. Biology. Rip biology. Get that lichphylactery, yeah. Ahem. Anyway, while we're on magic, maybe this is a time. Maybe this is an time to answer that one person's question. What did I do with Lysaga? And then we'll talk about the abandoned restricted, and then we'll go on to something else. It's the open stream, so nothing is really off topic. Go ahead and put something out there. Anyway, I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I'll give you guys a commercial. And then we'll chat magic or really whatever. Just type something in. BRB.
Hello there. I'm Mr. Cream.
AC Penny. When it fits, you feel it.
It's so big you gotta grin to get it in.
Once you pop,
The cream.
don't stop.
If it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face.
Deliciously hot, dangerously creamy.
The juice is loose.
She wanted to remember the love they shared for
Cream.
Sometimes you feel like a
Stuffed 5 ways.
So my family's looking for beef.
Now, that's what I call
Cream, yeah.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough,
And I am the cream.
Then why do we call it big? Because big things go into it.
at the Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna cream.
I guarantee it.
Look, I just had to hear this thing one last time, okay? Dude, the slide? Anyway. Those things are so easy to make, but they're so fucking entertaining. To me, to, what's the French word for it? The people of a certain age. Anyway, I had a question or two from people about Lysaga. What was the, can somebody remind me? What was the question about it? I just played this Saturday. And so I tried a new card or two. I could talk about those. Do you just want me to go over it? What's the thing? I normally organize it by mana value here, because I find that the most helpful. But then also Moxfield has this really interesting thing where you can give things custom tags as well, just to see like how many of each kind of thing you're running, and figure out, oh, what are my percentages, right? How much of this am I running? How much of that am I running? Oh, Dalen thinks it's a big prime. 16 months. Prime for Axel F, yeah. So this is a Lysaga deck. And I built it to mostly be able to run without her if I don't... Like, you don't have to play with her. She is very useful, but the deck like functions completely fine, which I rather like. The main interaction is there are lands that for 1 mana, Blinkmoth Nexus is 1, Inkmoth is 1, Mishra's Factory is 1, and for 2 mana, Frostwalk and Mishra's Foundry, they are her ability. I'm getting ahead of myself. Her ability. Cost 3, 3, tap, sacrifice up to 3 permanents. If there are 3 or more card types among the sacrifice permanents, each opponent loses 3 life, you gain 3 life, and draw 3 cards. Now, the combo that I saw right away when she was printed, and I'm like, hell yeah, I'm in, right, was Blinkmoth Nexus. You pay 1, it becomes a 1/1 Blinkmoth artifact creature with flying. So it is a land artifact creature, 3 in 1, right? So you pay 1 colorless mana, and you tap Baba, and you draw 3 cards. So this is instant speed, colorless, Ancestral Recall, 3 for 1. I'm in. It's Ancestral Recall Tribal, right? How sick is that? It works with Inkmoth Nexus, it works with Mishra, and for 2, it works with Mishra's Foundry and Frostwalk Bastion. Now, good comment from the chat, Latino Hot. No Mutavault. No. Mutavault does not become an artifact creature. It only becomes a land creature, which is 2 types. And if you can't become all 3, don't talk to me. Is generally how I feel about it. And it costs 2 besides. So that's why no Mutavault. I know a lot of people build Baba Lysaga to have all these enchantment creatures and artifact lands and legendary enchantment artifact. They're trying to like put a whole bunch of different puzzle pieces and sacrifice 3 different things every time and do that. But I think you end up playing a whole bunch of bad cards that way. And I want laser beam focused, distilled, purest value. And if I can't get the laser beam focused, purest value of a 3 for 1, then I'll do something else with the rest of the deck, which is a ton of additional land drops every turn. So, Azusa, Case of Locked, Whorehouse, Dryad, Exploration, Summer Bloom, Wayward Swordtooth, and a bunch of recursion of those lands. Conduit of Worlds, Crucible of Worlds, Witness, Volrath Stronghold, Ramunap, Timeless Witness, things like that. To make, you're making a little engine. You're making a little card advantage engine. You get your lands back, you sacrifice your lands for various reasons. You can just loop fetch lands, to continuously make land drops if you want. It's like the basic version of it. But there's also lands like Urza's Cave that'll search out Cabal Coffer, Urborg. It is a Field of the Dead deck with 41 lands. And so you have 3 choices of which way to go when you start playing. You can either beeline it to the Field of the Dead, and you're a Field of the Dead deck at that point with like a million ways to tutor up lands and stuff like that, right? Or you can opt for the Cabal Coffer's Urborg plan and beeline it for that one. Or you can beeline it for, your Inkmoth Nexuses and your Blinkmoths and be a Baba Lysaga draw 3. And it just kind of depends on what cards are in your opening hand, what strategy would be good this game, what you're playing against. But at the start of the game, you're going to have a bunch of cards that draw cards and a bunch of tutors for land. And then a bunch of stuff that creates a little engine for you. And you get it's a choose your own adventure. Which of the 3 ways do you go? Eventually, you'll collect everything if you don't die, because it is a land deck. And there's a sub-theme of creatures that want to be sacrificed, High Market, and putting Volrath Stronghold, like putting the creature you sacrificed to Baba on top, and then in response, and then drawing it as part of the 3 to create loops going, right? Water the Reliquary is a new addition, which I rather like. Urza's Cave is a new addition, which I rather like. Sowing Mycospawn's ridiculous. It doesn't combo with, like, Portal to Phyrexia, Virtue, or Shieldred. But the card is like, I was playing 4 mana cards that searched for any land. And this shit happens to be a creature on top of it. What a ridiculous card this is. Anyway, and there's a little bit of classic ramp, you know. Only the best stuff. Clifftop Lookout, brand new card. Why does he have reach? I have no clue. Card's so good. Lumra, super good. Lumra. And Open the Way is classic. Just dumping non-basics out, essentially. One Conqueror's Flail, just in case. It's kind of Conqueror's Flail. I kind of like always play it. I just kind of always have it in decks. Are you using the Surveil land? Yes, I am. I rather like the Surveil land because it is the first land that you get, and so you're not punished for it, really. I'm running all the fetch lands that you're able to, because it's Field of the Dead. And so it's the turn 1 fetch land for Underground Mortuary, and you Surveil. I really do like it. I play 0 other land that enter tapped, for the most part, besides like Vesuva, I guess, and Field of the Dead. But as far as this, I can swing a land that enters tapped for reasons. And then just silly stuff. I actually do have Dark Depths and Thespian Stage just for funsies. Even though it should be something better, right? Phyrexian Tower is very nice as well. Alright boys, it's Price of Progress time. Yeah, I would lose to that. This is a 2-color deck with 4 basic lands. It's got Swamp Forest, Snow-Covered Swamp, Snow-Covered Forest. If someone plays a Blood Moon, I will simply lose to it. And you know how many Blood Moons people play against me? Like 1 a year, maybe. Alright, I'll lose that game. But every other game is super fun. And a lot of it is just like, what are you okay with losing to? Right? You haven't been able to play with them, and you figured you would have play tested it? Yeah, I do like the Surveil lands. I wouldn't play a bunch of them. But if you're in a deck that plays with as many fetch lands as the commander allows, I would consider playing with a Surveil land. Like, maybe 1. I think the Surveil is meaningful, especially in a graveyard deck. But even if it's not, I like it. Yeah, we're even going singleton with basic lands, because you kind of have to, because that's how Field of the Dead reads. So it's basically impossible not to get Field of the Dead online once you have 7 lands. Because we're singleton with our lands as well. Although, if Vesuva copies it, that is, technically there'll be 2. Vesuva often copies Field of the Dead. Thespian Stage often copies Field of the Dead. You get the picture. Some of our lands that just draw cards, we're putting them from the graveyard back a lot, so that's a nice thing. Shifting Wildwoods was very nice in my testing as well. 5 out of 7 needs more food. Ew. Food doesn't even draw cards. We make fun of investigating, right? But man, food? Technically, it's an artifact token. Those are good sometimes. One of the win cons is Zhao Dun, Rise of the Dark Realms, Phyrexian Altar. You can loop these as long as there are 9 creatures in all graveyards. Well, 10. You can sack them all to get enough mana to be able to loop. And you continuously cast Rise of the Dark Realms and get enters and exits triggers as many times as you want. And surely someone has something that'll win based on that. We got Kakushos and stuff. It's like one of the wins. Another win is just making a bunch of zombies and killing people with them. Dark Depths. The old-fashioned Gerard. Sacrifice a creature and recur it a few times a turn and just have everyone lose all their life. I have 4 dedicated sack outlets besides Baba. 2 of which are land, and hence tutorable by a bunch of our land tutors, right? And 2 of them are creatures, hence recurable, which all with our creature recursion. There's a little sub-theme of creature recursion, Phyrexian Reclamation, Classic, Portal, Virtue, and Shieldred. These are in here because recurring creatures is just good, obviously, right? Every turn. But also what's good recurring every time is Zhao Dun. And so when you get into a state where you're recurring a creature every turn somehow, Valor Stronghold or Virtue especially, and Portal, Now you get to sacrifice him every turn to recur even your black cards that aren't creatures, you know. Siphon Mind, Demonic Tutor, Rise of the Dark Realms, things like that. And so we're just trying to recur as many things as possible, while not necessarily losing if someone plays a Rest in Peace. Because you can always still cast just humongous crap because we're ramp, you know? You can just kill people with Lumra and Ulvenwald Hydra and a bunch of 17/17 tokens. Like, you can still just kill people with that. You thought Rise Exile stuff? Nope. Put all creatures from all graveyards onto the battlefield under your control. And then you sacrifice all of them. Zaudun sacks to bring Rise back, and you cast Rise again. Bum 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 bum. Blah. The one that does exile itself is the new one that I was trying out this weekend. And that was this card in removal. Heartless Conscription. This is the new one I was trying out. It used to be, what did it used to be? I can't remember the name. Yeah, Plague Wind. It used to be destroy all creatures you don't control. Because I like one-sided board wipes. I don't like symmetrical ones. Symmetrical board wipes are very efficiently costed and very good, but I like to blow up everyone else's stuff and then kill them so that the game can end or not, rather than reset the game and then have it take even longer. I like to be advantaged when I play mine. So I was trying out Heartless Conscription. It costs 8, which isn't a problem. We have Cabal Coffers. We're a Cabal Coffers deck. It's fine. Exile all creatures. For each card exiled this way, you may play that card as long as it remains exiled, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. And then exile Heartless Conscription. Now this is a non-bow, because it exiles itself, which is really too bad, because if it didn't exile itself, we're in the exact deck that would be able to recur it. So, you got me, right? But exiling is very good. Exiling is, of course, a lot better than killing something. Gets around indestructible. And you get to play all their creatures and get all their enters the battlefield, triggers, and everything. And you can even... It kills your commander, but you don't have to put it back in the command zone. It's a way of cheating out your commander attacks, you know. So I'm trying this out, and I kind of liked it. It slows things down a little bit, but you get a lot more value, and it screws over your opponents harder than Plague Wind. So, kind of here and there on that one. But I think I like it. I played without Cityscape Leveler for a while, and he just made it right back in. The guy's crazy. Even though he's a cast trigger, which is a non-bow with these things, it's still good. We have plenty of ways to recur in other ways, right? And he just sits there sometimes you play a Cityscape Leveler, and miraculously the table can't deal with it. You just swing every turn, handing out power tokens, and destroying the best thing ever. Druid is a classic. I play it in all sorts of stuff. HeyWoah might. You'll love that exile. Seju, obviously. Titania? No, I used to play Titania a long time ago. But I found the greed is too high for Titania. She only returns one land one time, and then she makes stuff, I guess. But I want stuff where... I want things where I'm just returning them every turn, always. I want engines, I guess. I did start out playing her, and I liked her. But I'm going in a more dirtily value disgusting way, you know? Titania's not bad. She's perfectly fine. She works very well. They're similar to the Triomes. They're good fetch targets when you're going to waste the untapped mana and in early fetch. Yeah, Mike Scarborough, I agree. If you're in a deck that's... If you're in a 3-color deck, I would not play these. Because once you're in a 3-color deck, I think Triomes shit on them. But in 2-color decks, I think they're like S tier, so good. Like, play one. If you're in a bunch of fetch lands. If you're not, then obviously don't. But yeah. In a 2-color deck, I love the Surveil lands. In a 3-color deck, I would never play them. Because the Triomes fit that niche better and handle your mana better. And if you're not playing with fetches, then obviously you wouldn't play with that. But yeah, I agree. You can use braids to make food, draw cards. Right. I guess you could. I guess you could. Harbinger of the Sea disgusts me. Keep non-basic, hate mono red. Blue has a little bit of that, I guess. That's part of their color identity now. Creating, like turning your stuff into islands. That's a little bit now blue. And it used to back in the day as well. You know, remember it had, what was the card? Stasis style cards, back to basics. You know, blue has a little bit of a pedigree a million years ago for stuff like that. Changing land types around the future sight era as well. Your extended art one ring came in, looking nice. Was there a culling ritual or a conduit of worlds? There is a conduit of worlds, yeah. I took conduit of worlds out for a little while and I ended up putting it back in. I really do like... I focused in on certain cards where it's like if you're completely screwed, it does something. If you just have nothing, like, oh, I have no hand, you know, this and that, you can always just tap this and play one thing. And it's slightly harder to kill than a creature, probably. So, yeah, Conduit of Worlds made it back in. What was the other one mentioned? Culling Ritual, no. I'm not really going for ritual effects. I want permanent value, permanent ramp out. So I'm not trying to get temporary mana, really. We're in on like Cabal Coffers and ramping stuff out and things like that. The only ritual style thing is Summer Bloom, but it puts the land into play, so that's fine. If you have a Crucible Worlds out and one fetch in your graveyard, it still creates 3, which is kind of cool. And only 3 haste enablers, but I'm not trying to like play Baba and tap her right away too much, so it's fine. And then there's a type of card, of which there's 2 in this deck, called Get Back into the Game. Someone just farewelled, you have no hand, it's turn 1,000,000, and you just need to like draw a card and get into the game. Apex Devastator and Kozilek the Great Distortion. To create just a bunch of crap out of nothing. If it's later game. I rather like Kozilek the Great Distortion. He draws you a bunch of cards up to 7, and then you act like a little bit of a control deck. You can discard cards to counter stuff. And we have so much recursion that discarding cards is almost an upside half the time. And the 2 colorless pips in his mana, I haven't found them to be restrictively difficult to get the colorless. I have a lot of colorless lands as it happens. 14. Yeah, I have like 14 colorless sources. Vesuva doesn't count, and Thespian Stage probably doesn't count. But yeah, I've plenty to find too, for the most part. And what else? I think that's about it. Yeah, I went for crop rotation, of course. Elvish Reclaimer. A bunch of like one cast get both Urborg and Cabal Coffers kind of things. This guy's very nice. It might seem tricky to cast both Archdruid's Charm, triple green, and Insatiable Avarice, which is triple black, and Beseech the Queen, which is triple black. How am I getting all these triples that quickly? Well, turns out when you're playing Yavimaya and Urborg, you can get those triples. Those are the first 1 or 2 you search out usually. No Disciple of the Vault. No, I don't have enough artifacts dying. An artifact dies every once in a while, but it's not like I'm making 12 treasures and sacking them. And Disciple of the Vault is target opponent, not each opponent, so I don't know if he's worth running in a mass artifact aristocrat style deck in any case. I would play the marionette people instead for sure on that one. I mean, sometimes you're going to be sacrificing a artifact land often, but sometimes not. You might not draw 'em, Baba might be dead. I want stuff that's like always going to be useful for the most part. You had an enchantment-based white-blue deck that also did that as a side thing, really. Nice. Dockside running around everywhere. I haven't found that to be the case. Everybody's deck online plays Dockside, but I don't see it a lot, if ever, in real life, at random stores and stuff. Not even everyone on the team was playing one last night in red decks. Usually they were, but I mean, we basically play like vintage Legacy Commander, so it's kind of different, right? Conduit is good design space. It makes strong less effects, but restricted to being the only thing you do in a turn. Yeah, that's fine. It feels restrictive because you want to start a big chain of a huge turn, but it would be kind of, sure, it would be probably too good or something if it just worked, right? And of course the One Ring, because it's the best card, and it goes in everything, always. And if it becomes too painful to keep tapping it, you can always sacrifice it with Baba, right? No big deal. And Eternal Witness it back, cast it again. You ended up cutting Dockside because it's always warped the games in your play group. It's just a bit too good for the decks your friends play. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those cards where I played it in every red deck I played. And yeah, it makes like infinite mana and stuff. It's like an infinite win con. But it's the type of card that's a little too good to just play as a value guy, which is what I wanted it to be. I want Dockside to just be like a ritual, like a recursive ritual that kind of sticks around. I'm not trying to infinitely win with it. I just want it for like safer recursive ritual guy, I guess. But if you do that, then someone's going to take him or copy him or steal him, and then they're going to go infinite. So yeah, I play him in some decks and I don't play him in others. He's just a little guy. He happens to be slightly too good. He's slightly too good for his own good. I don't think he's too good for the format. He's just too good for what I wanted to do with him. And in a different deck, I'll go infinite with him. Sure, like Rocco. You know, I play him in Rocco, and he's meant to go infinite there. Because Rocco Cabaretti is just like a 99-card pile of infinite combos and pod effects, right? But he used to be in Arden Crom as just a value guy, and I took him out. Because he proved more detrimental than positive. Now, I still have other infinites in there, but those are more, they're less stealable, and they're more specialized. The token should have entered tapped, and probably it would have been fine. It would have stopped most of the infinite combos, yeah. Yeah. But he would also, like, kind of suck then, right? The same exact things that make him go infinite with everything is like the thing that makes him good also. If he created tapped treasure tokens, he probably, I wouldn't play him in basically anything. Except purely like maybe a tokens matter deck like Balin or something. But he wouldn't be, actually never mind, Balin wants to tap tokens, it wouldn't even work for that. Sometimes it's a hard cliff that you fall off. You'd play him in something like some artifact deck that plays a bunch of like assembly worker golems or something that care about the number of artifacts you have, maybe. But yeah. I'm not looking to balance him because I don't think he's problematic for the format. You either play him in a group that's cool with it or you don't. I think by now people know that if you play him, you better make it worth it. That's all. It's kind of like Mana Crypt. Mana Crypt is perfectly legal card. It's definitely too strong if you care about that kind of thing, although you really shouldn't in Commander. And if you're playing it, just make it worth it. You know, prove that it's worth it for you to be playing that. You're not a fan of Beseech the Queen, but the deck looks sweet. So the reason I'm playing Beseech the Queen is, on turn 3, I tap 3 mana, and I cast Beseech the Queen, and I search for Cabal Coffers, or Field of the Dead. To me, this card is pay 3, search for a land. Search for the most obnoxious land with effect. This could be like a Grim Tutor instead, I guess, in which case I wouldn't have to reveal it and there wouldn't be the stipulation there. But I don't have a Grim Tutor. And Beseech the Queen, for the purposes I use it for, is basically the same thing except with no life loss. And late game, you can always just search for a big card and reveal it and immediately cast it, right? So I'll defend my Beseech the Queen a little bit. But I can't defend it too strenuously, right? And this one's kind of nice too. I like the brand new card, Insatiable Avarice. It draws 3 and loses 3 for 3. Damn, what a great card. Sometimes you even pay 5 and get the Tutor as well. Power Creep, am I right? It replaced... I used to run Ambition's Cost, which is draw 3, lose 3 for 4. And then they printed draw 3, lose 3 for 3. Hey, alright. It's just more black mana, I guess. He's still excellent in your Brudenclad deck if the tokens were tapped. Oh, I suppose so, yeah. Anyway, good question. That's the my take on Baba Lysaga. There's a bunch of different ways you can go with Baba Lysaga. I think she's a wonderful commander. You can go a bunch of different ways and do a bunch of different things with it. You can play a bunch of mixed card types and focus more on her being out all the time. And play like... who's that 1/1 for 1 that's like an enchantment creature that can sacrifice stuff? And you can try to make tokens that are 2 different card types and include a Rancor or something like that, or some enchantment for 1 that when it hits the graveyard it goes back to your hand, and really play with a whole bunch of weird stuff that comes back to life and things like that. Or you can go in a totally different direction with it. Go for huge sacrifice effects, or like me, where you basically only play the Ancestor Recalls, and then everything else is just a gigantic recursive value engine ramp lands deck. I rather like her. I like her as a commander. You prefer Read the Bones over Ambition's Cost? You would rather C4 and keep 2? Yeah, it depends on if you're digging or if you just want pure number of cards or weight of cards. Read the Bones is excellent because it digs 4 deep. And so if more often than not what you're looking for is a particular card or a particular kind of card, then Read the Bones is better. First, it's less painful to cast slightly, but it digs 4 deep. And Ambition's Cost is better if you're just trying to, like, essentially cast your whole hand every turn. You just want weight of cards. And for me, I want weight of cards, but Read the Bones is a quality choice. And Read the Bones looks like a casual, like, quote-unquote, weaker card or something like that, but it's totally not. It's very good. I'm a Read the Bones defender despite not playing it. Yeah, Aspect of the Mongoose is great in Baba as well. I agree. A bunch of little funny, cool cards like that. You can play a bunch of those lands where it's like you put a land out, it creates a little token guy, and then now that's 2 in 1. You can play your artifact lands, that's 2 in 1. She does a lot of different things that's all fun and interesting. Anyway, thanks for asking. Next. I can't see. I'm reaching for the... Anyway, meme over. Banner restriction announcement. Speaking of magic. Cameron, Glasscock. Is that a Simpsons reference? If so, very well done. You play Group Hug in Group Hug Mill in EDH because everyone in your play group has crazy good decks, since you're not going to win most of the games that you play, but you're going to speed the game up. That's like one of the Fluke Skywalker, one of the ways, one of the great equalizers if you're on more of a budget or whatever. And if you're concerned about, you know, both of the things when you're, hold on. If we're going to talk about this, I'm going to go back to Baba in a little dark mode if I could. Vampirism over here. The great equalizer potential is stealing or copying your opponent's stuff. Either Xing the top cards of their library and casting it, or cloning their stuff, or threatening it and copying it and taking it, or whatever. Or milling it and reanimating it. Because it solves two problems. One, if you're on a little more of a budget, and you're playing against people who aren't, you're going to be stealing hot shit. And so you kind of level up to the opportunity of it. And two, every time you roll up to a random commander game, you run the risk of accidentally pub stomping people. Or conversely, playing some shit-ass deck and getting destroyed by people. An unbalanced game, in other words. And if you are a theft deck, it means that's like necessarily not going to be the case. The only things you will have are things that your opponents are playing, and so it's like perfectly balanced in a certain way. And also, although I've seen players break this rule, the rule is you're not allowed to get mad if your opponent casts your card and kills you with it because the card's so strong, because you put that shit in your deck, amigo. You know? Like, hey, if you don't want people to bribery your Eldrazi and play Eldrazi against you, then don't put Eldrazi in your deck. Yeah, you have no one to blame but yourself, right? It's kind of like if you're playing a 2-color deck that has 4 basics total and you lose the Blood Moon, you can't complain about it. You made this choice. Now me, I gladly made that choice. Yeah, all right, you got me. If I can't, like, absolutely desperation move, luck sack, float 2 mana and Assassin's Trophy it once it lands, you know, the miracle you have it in your hand already. All right, or Archdruid Charm or something like that. Hey, you got me. I knew this. You know, I knew it. I did that when I was making this. I'm like, what if someone has Blood Moon? Then they'll fucking get me. Whatever. It's fine. Every time they don't have Blood Moon, I'll be having lots of fun. Worth, right? Anyway, I like the stealing strat. Flotsam Jetsam players rise up. Joke's on you, theft players. My deck is shit. You got like Shared Fate in there and make them draw into nothing. Theft and Reanimators while you don't play the Archon and Angel. ETB destroy stuff. Yeah. I am very slightly protected against that because Apex is a cast trigger. Kozilek is a cast trigger and Cityscape is a cast trigger. But that still can't necessarily always save you because there's a lot of exile cards and then your opponent can cast them with any mana, and so they can still get you. I think it's, in general, not worth playing with crappier guys because you're terrified somebody's going to bribery you. You know, if somebody briberies you, just take your licks, you know? You've earned it. Sometimes you get got. That's magic. And then that's especially Commander. You're playing against 3 people. Chances are somebody's going to get you with whatever, right? Anyway. Pioneer. Who? 2 people I've never heard of are banned. Nice. Modern. Nadu banned. Grief banned. Nadu is not a surprise. Everyone knew it. Grief is probably still not a surprise, but this one, they're probably just getting ahead of it. When Nadu dies, this thing becomes a problem again, and so alright. Legacy Grief banned, also not a surprise. Certainly format warping in a way that didn't seem to be getting any better. It was just circling the wagons for the most part. That being said, now that Grief is banned, I welcome our Eldrazi overlords in potentially both formats. And then Vintage, some really good cards. Restricted and also not surprising. Vexing as well. A lot of 6/6 constructs killing people in Vintage for sure. And then Explorer format, which I've literally never heard of before, bans the same 2 literal Who creatures that Pioneer banned. Alright. And then all these random MTG Arena Whomst formats, standard no changes. Hey, alright. They talk about their reasoning on waiting, and they're changing the rate and times at which they'll ban stuff to more correctly do so with enough time before like Pro Tours and circuits and stuff like that. Sure, like go ahead, makes sense. And then as far as Nadu, yeah, Michael Majors talks about, I read this, as you can see. It's an interesting story. Yet again, it was one of those changed at the very last minute and not play tested and then just printed, and this is what happens. You know, it's the same. Nadu is essentially the exact same backstory as Skullclamp. Like, we play tested it. We weren't really happy with it. At the last minute, we made a change to it, and no one caught something that in hindsight was obvious and didn't play test it because there wasn't enough time, and we released it, and now it's a problem everywhere. Yeah, Nadu was a mistake. HeyWoah Miyazaki. They're looking at the One Ring because it's devouring Modern and bits of Legacy. Because it's like the best generically good colorless card printed since almost ever. So like that's something. They mentioned that they're not ban. They decided not to ban it because there is no clear the One Ring deck, which is true. But also the reason One Ring is so good is because it does not require or even push you in the direction of building a One Ring deck. It just goes as a 4 of in almost anything, and it's amazing. That's like kind of the issue with it. Like almost half of the decks in the format have 4 One Rings in it, which might be kind of the issue, but I'm not playing these formats anymore. I'm a casual observer from the retirement home of Commander over here. Mechrat, thanks for the 5 months, Sorcerer Supreme. Yo, what'd you miss? Good meme. You wonder if Nadu will be banned in Commander too. It's in the best colors and is super strong. We could talk about it. Do you want to talk about it? I know more about Commander nowadays than I do these formats. I used to play a whole bunch of Legacy. I used to play some Vintage. I used to play a decent amount of Modern. I didn't do much Standard. I did a lot of Limited. But that's years ago, right? I'm more of a Commander retiree at this point. Isn't the One Ring like supposed to do that lore-wise? Yeah, but it's also a game, and you want to balance the game, right? Archeon is supposed to be downright overpowered and like unbeatable in Age of Sigmar, but you don't want him to simply win always in the game because it's a game. Is this the Zinj update I heard rumors about? In unrelated news, at a tournament this weekend, your 6-pack of Vanguard killed 2 frigates and a unit of Arcanauts. Turn 1, even after I told the guy that I was going to do, and then he forfeit. Yeah, I mean, Sometimes people just have to see it happen, you know? What else can you do? You're like, hey, so my plan, I'm going to do this. You see your opponent making like a huge mistake and it's like their first tournament or something. And you're like, well, I don't know. I'm not trying to coach you or anything, but I'm putting this here and it can go this far and they can 3d6 charge. And I'm going to do that. So maybe with that information, what do you do? And then the person just walks into it and you're like, I've done all I can do. Observe. Vanguard are very good right now, that's for sure. I don't know what'll happen with Nadu, obviously. I think it's a coin flip for Nadu and Commander, Latino Hot. To me, and I was maybe going to do one of these, but I don't know if I will. It'd be fun to talk about, perhaps. But I found somebody's tier list of things they want banned in Commander, and then like a tier list of should it be banned, is it on a watch list, what's the reasoning, that kind of stuff. And Nadu and the One Ring are also on this list here. And Nadu reminds me of a Paradox Engine. I talked about it a little bit on Discord. Nadu reminds me of Paradox Engine. It's a card that's gruesomely toxic in casual Commander. Like it's a card a casual person plays as a Commander or puts in a deck, and it produces the longest 15-minute unbelievable board state bean counting ass turns ever. Just horrible for anyone to play through. And most interaction actually causes it to keep going instead of remove it in response. So it's like a nightmare to play with in basically all the ways that get things banned, like undesirable gameplay patterns, takes forever, accidentally put it in a deck and go non-deterministically infinite for 20 minutes. Really annoying to keep track of which creature just flickered and which ones have 1 or 2 each and all that. It's like, it is a Paradox Engine, which is banned for all the reasons that you could imagine that Nadu would get banned. The reason that it might not get banned is because it's in very specifically only a 2-color combat. Only Simic plays with this thing. Paradox Engine was literally anyone with any artifact deck, colorless, no matter what, puts Paradox Engine in and stumbles into obnoxious play patterns, right? Goes everywhere. Nadu's pretty restrictive. It has to be both green and blue. And it's in 2 colors that everyone is used to being really annoying anyway. Right? Which is Simic. And it might get rule zeroed. People might realize, I think like a casual player plays once with Nadu, and as soon as they experience playing through it, they might just be like, nah, They might back away in ways that they might not have with Paradox Engine. So the reason that Nadu might not get banned is because the average person who doesn't know what they're getting into might try it once and bounce off, and then it gets a bad reputation and no one plays with it. Just like Armageddon. Armageddon gets a bad reputation and no one plays with it. Turgrid gets a bad reputation and no one plays with it. And maybe even for good reason or for their own good, in the casual tables. Nadu might get that. And if it does, then it's fine. It's not like it blows up CEDH. Nadu's really good in CEDH. But it's not the best deck, and it's not cannibalizing the format or anything. It's just one of the 3 it's one of the 3 best decks, maybe. It's just really good. But it's not like oppressively good. It's just another really good deck, and casuals might bounce off of it and then it'll be fine. So that's why I could see it not getting banned. If the average player insists on still playing it all the time, worldwide, nationwide, and everything, then it'll get banned easily, because it everything it does is like ban-worthy, as far as why they ban things in Commander, right? So really, it's just like a community thing. The Rules Council probably looks at this and they're like, yep, that's the most toxic card ever. But if the casuals bounce off of it and no one's really playing it, it's not like it's ruining CDH, maybe it's fine. Because there's a million cards in Magic that you could describe that for, right? Thassa's Oracle, for instance. Thassa's Oracle is like the best win condition in Commander, probably. No one plays it except for CDH, and it's not problematic there. So it stays unbanned. Because for 99% of people, they don't play with Thassa Oracle, and they don't know anyone who plays it, and so it just doesn't matter. And then in CEDH, who cares what they do, first of all, and second of all, it's not, like, oppressive. It's just, something has to be the best win con, and that's the best win con. And if they banned that, there would be the next best win con, but the meta's kind of alright, so. Nadu will join Turgid on the list of commanders that people will actively just ask you not to play after a game or two. Yeah, that's how I feel about Nadu, probably. But I could still see him banning it. Even so. Kind of depends on how much it's picked up, right? Sort of like the Dockside thing. Should Dockside be banned? Maybe. But the time for it to get banned is mostly past. And people are now saying what you have said and what I have said. Yeah, I play it in my infinite combo really good deck, and then I don't really play it in my other ones. And that's Commander. It's fine. Felt like you were playing different flavors of the exact same deck after a while. That is the definition of CEDH. Yeah. It felt like I was just playing different flavors of the exact same deck after a while. Yes. That is CEDH. And that is necessarily what it will always be. Is 60% of decks hovering around the best win con, 30% of decks hovering around the second win con, and 10% of people doing random shit with Magda. Yep. And if they banned Thoracle, the same thing would happen with the next best win con. And people would get bored again and drift away. And because they're not regulating it as a competitive format, because it's not meant for that, that's how it'll be. One way or another, I think. Unless everyone is doing the same thing like Hulk Flash. It's fine, I guess. Ahem. Nadu feels super strong, pushes UG. I already read that. Ahem. Turgid is mono black and 5 mana. Nadu is 4. And in Simic, Nadu is 3. Nadu's 3. I mean, you're going to need some untapped, but... yeah, Nadu is 3. You're going to need to check yourself. Don't insult Nadu that way. My man / lady, I don't know what it is 3. Also a 3/4. Not that that matters, but... ahem. But keep in mind, we're almost never really talking about good. Like, how good is it? Ooh, this is 5, this is 3. You know, this is 2, this is 1. If it cost 2, we wouldn't ban it, but it costs 1, so we will, you know. As far as, like, Commander is concerned, that's not really how you do things. If you did things like that, you would ban Monocrypt, and Soul Ring, and Mystic Remora, and basically every free spell and every artifact that produces more mana than it costs, or equal mana to what it costs, and Dockside Extortionist, and roughly 1/5 of all the partners, maybe Smothering Tide, Serra Ascendant, Thoracle, Underworld Breach, basically every card that CEDH plays, every single card that CEDH plays, just about would need to be banned. But luckily we don't, like, that's not the format they're trying to make, right? The heuristic study, banned, easy. You'd ban like 160 cards that are mostly only played in CEDH. But I think part of the charm of to defend, I know CEDH gets a bad rap probably, but to defend it a little bit, part of the charm of CEDH is you're playing Commander in a way that it's not meant to be. You're not meant to do this in Commander, but that's fun. It's fun to like super optimize in something that isn't supposed to be for it, because it's like Candyland a little bit. And it gets boring when you solve it, right, Mike Scarborough? But that's fun. That's what Commander used to be. It used to be that you played Commander to get that feeling of playing something in a way that it wasn't intended. And that's why Commander took off maybe a little bit in the first place. Is that you were playing a game called Magic the Gathering with rules that no one thought you would play with. And so you were doing stuff in this format, and the stuff you were doing was never really intended. And that was a cool feeling. And at a certain point, they started printing cards directly for Commander, and now the format just never gets, it doesn't have that feeling anymore, right? And so there is something lost there, I think, with modern Commander. But you have that with CEDH, you know. All these cards are legal, and we're going to play with them. We'll take a format that is explicitly casual, and in their design document, they say in no uncertain terms, this is not a competitive format. We will not be balancing it competitively, and you should not run tournaments. Because first of all, it's impossible to stop collusion. And second of all, it's antithetical to the point of the format entirely, and it is. And we're going to play exactly the opposite of that way, and we're going to do all that. And like, that's fun, I think. That's cool. I still don't think there should be tournaments for it, because you can't stop collusion. Clearly. Cheating is rampant. It's just it's like systemically problematic in a way that I don't think you can possibly fix. But I think it's cool to play something in a way that it wasn't intended. It was like Classic WoW. When Classic WoW was re-released, me and my private server guild played vanilla WoW the way they never intended you to play vanilla WoW, but it was like extra fun that way, you know? That was cool. CDH is the purest version of Rule Zero. Everyone is clear as to what the goal of the game is. Yeah, for once, there's no dicking around. And ooh, what I consider fun isn't the same as what you consider fun. And my 7 isn't the same as your 7. And here's an infinite tightrope walking, and no one is ever perfect. And oh, that we think that's good, but you think that's not too good. CDH is like, play with the best cards. Try to win. All right. Perfectly balanced. Everyone signed up for that explicitly on purpose. And then they try to do that. It's great. Just play the best cards and try to win. And so it's real easy to be on the same page. As a matter of fact, the only people in the world doing Rule Zero entirely correctly are CDH players. Maybe. Is that a hot take? Is that true? That might be a truism, maybe, but... or a deepity. Ironic. Chromander. Even after they actually banned those cards, the CDH players would complain about how boring it would be and just play CDH before the bannings. Maybe they would, yeah. Yeah, they might. It's more like they don't require Rule Zero, as the game isn't about bouncing on a scale for fun, yeah. their rule 0 is not doing rule 0, I guess. You could consider it one of two things. Either it's that they ignore rule 0, or that their rule 0 is to actually play by the letter of like what is banned and what isn't. One of the two, I suppose. The idea of 7 is always funny to you. Every time anyone asks you what you play, you say 9 because you won't have to feel bad about Kiki combo people in the dirt as long as you tell them ahead of time. Yeah, I think I actually take a softer example from it. I think the idea where everyone says their deck is a 7, I think that's like a humanity is going to be all right kind of thing. It's like people putting their shopping carts back. Everybody says their deck is a 7 because I think they believe that. They're wrong. Oftentimes they're hella wrong in either of the two directions. But I think they really do think that their deck is a 7, and that's what they're trying to play. What they're telling you is, I attempted to bring a deck that's not too strong because I want everybody else to have some fun too, but can still hang, right? And that's a 7. So their intentions are in the right place. They're just hella wrong about what 7 means, and everybody has a different definition of it. But anyway, I take it as like a good thing. Yeah, I guess I round up on it. I think it's quaint and a little bit humanity inspiring that everyone says their deck is 7, because when you just list the whole sentence out, it's completely reasonable, and they're trying to be nice. You know, my deck's not too good, but it can still hang. You know, I want everybody else to have some fun, but I don't want to get crushed. Let's go. That's a very reasonable sentence. They're just wrong about the fact of the matter, that's all. And some people are wrong rounding up, and some people are wrong rounding down, and, you know, whatever. Someone should make AOS magic cards. Good meme. Alessandro. Good meme. That being said, no one cares about your custom magic card. Am I right? I made a custom war scroll. Don't even. No one gives a shit. I made custom magic cards, and I don't even give a shit. So I can't ask anyone else to. They're fun to do, but you can't expect anyone to care. And if they don't care, you cannot be mad, because you don't care either. It's one of those sort of things. Yeah, it's an indicator that most people don't want to be the bad guy, but they don't want to be trampled underfoot like a ant would to an elephant. It's a reasonable place to be. Anyway, should Nadu get banned? Only if it becomes ubiquitous in casual play. Casual, normal people, non-CEDH play. That's it. Yeah. If it gets successfully, don't play that, and then basically no one does, it's fine. Because if I played Nadu Saturday, it would have been fine. I would have won a few more games, maybe. But we were all doing broken shit. The first game, I'm changing the names to protect the innocent, but my one friend Brandon, he played a turn 1 land Lotus Petal Monocrypt Derevi plus Derevi to discard Cityscape Leveler and something else, draw 2. I think the something else was actually an Anger, and then turn 2 he played a Goblin Welder and welded out a hasted Cityscape Leveler, turn 2. I could have brought Nadu to that pod, and there would have been no complaints. Like, that's the kind of commander that we were playing that night. And he had a real good hand. Fair enough. You play commander to have goofy shit like that happen, right? But most people trying to stumble through a Nadu turn is toxic to everyone, right? And in CEDH, it's fine. It's maybe a top 3 deck, but it's not like Flash Hulk or anything. So I think it it gets banned on the merits of what it does to people if people actually play with it, and if they don't, then it won't. I'll give it a 60% chance of banning, I think. Is Brandon in the room with us right now? No. It was fun. It was a fun game. Playing a mono... Dude, you're playing a mono-red deck. You gotta do some crazy shit to make mono-red competitive. And, he was. You know, recurring... sacrificing Spine of Isha to, what was it? To the Foundry. And then Goblin welding it back twice a turn. That's a hell of a drug. If your turn is 15 minutes of solitaire, I'm out of here. There is a time thing, you know. There is sort of like I think it's just an etiquette thing. I don't think it should be illegal to take extra turns, and I don't think it should be illegal to play Seedborn Muse, and I don't think it should be illegal to play Enchantress or Super Friends or really long or non-deterministic combos or anything. But have a little bit of self-awareness about how much of the total game time you are taking up. And build your deck with that in mind and play the game with that in mind. Try not to monopolize all of the playtime, just as like an etiquette thing, I think. I feel stronger about that than the banning or unbanning of any particular card. It's why I tend to not play extra turn cards for the most part. Unless they're part of like I'll just keep doing this. Like I take all the turns and then everyone scoops and then we play again. I tend not to play extra turn cards or things like that just because I'm not trying to have the longest turns ever. Is a treasure generating deck a mono bread deck? Bread. Oh, bread is in the alternative definition of money. Good meme. It's no Screech Vermin King. That was play testing, so that's different. So if you're play testing, that's different. And I appreciate the patience. It was extremely complicated, and I was playing it as quickly as I could, but it was like 18 minutes. And at that point, yeah, I mean, people were laughing about it, the Screech deck. And it was at about minute 16 of the same combo turn. I'm just like, why do people hate infinite combos? People say no infinites. Oh, do you like 18-minute long non-deterministic combos instead? I would just as soon, hey, I win, shuffle up for the next game. No, wait. Dude, it's not infinite. It might fail. You gotta watch me jack off for the next 15 minutes to see if it randomly fails. Yeah, just fuck it to win. Just use your Crater Hoof. Get me to the next game. I don't want to watch you. You gotta, at some point you should end the game. And saying no infinite combos, I think, is like a really silly, kind of wrongish statement in any case. But I think everybody kind of probably agrees with that for the most part. I don't like infinite combos. Why? What's the difference between a 2-card infinite combo that wins and casting Tooth and Nail for Avenger of Zendikar and Craterhoof and killing everyone at the table? They're just as dead from one card, but it wasn't technically infinite, so are we good? Or Triumph of the Hordes or whatever? Like, I don't know. You play a 2-card combo and you win the game somehow. If you won because you did poison, or you won because you did 400 damage, or you won because it was technically infinite, I don't particularly care. I have 40 life. If you did 40 to me and I died, that's the same as a million. Infinite combos, in fact, tend to, like, be faster. They waste my time less. Yeah, Insurrection. Insurrection's kind of funny. That's one that nobody plays Insurrection anymore, sadly. But I guess there's better things to do now. You have 3 games in the same time as a boring grindhouse game? Yeah. I suppose it depends. Some really long games I like, and some of them I have the board wipe in hand, and I'm just like, actually though, past my turn. I'm thinking about shuffling up for the next. Maybe you can always choose not to play your cards, right? You were confused when someone asked you the first time if you're going to win with infinite turns. Yeah, the stereotype is that people still do that. The stereotype is that very casual players don't like infinite combos or infinite turns. And I don't know why. Maybe it's shorthand to mean more than just what it means or something. It's like, are you going to win with infinite turns? Are you going to win in one attack phase? Are you going to win in one combat against me? Like, when you eventually win the game, are you going to turn 16 dinosaurs sideways and kill me? I don't know, win somehow. I don't know. It's like, if you're going to win on turn 3 versus turn 6 versus turn 9, I think that's way more important than how exactly it ends up being that you technically have won. I think the speed of your victory is much more important. If you're trying to win on turn 4, that's way different than if you're trying to win on turn 8. And way more meaningful than if you do it with a bunch of village bell ringers. An infinite number, right? Or just swinging with a 14-14 double strike. You think they played against someone who took infinite turns but didn't have an actual win condition? If you take infinite turns, don't you just say, I'm going to take infinite turns now? You're like the Juggernaut in Deadpool 2. I'm going to rip you in half now. It's like, yeah, I'm going to take infinite turns, you'll lose somehow. All right, what's your win con? And then you pick up your deck and you're like, I win with this. Okay. You don't do that? I mean, conceivably they didn't, but that's weird. That's weird. Yeah, we're talking about the banned and restricted list update, which just happened today, and whether or not Nadu should be / will be banned in Commander. Should it be? Probably not. Will it be? Maybe. If it is, it has great reasons for being banned, so this isn't a complaint at all. It's just a question of ubiquity. If people treat it like Armageddon, where you just don't play it, then it'll survive and it's not a problem that it's not banned, because it's fine in competitive. If casual players insist on putting it into all sorts of decks, like Paradox Engine, then it will rightfully get banned, because all the reasons you would ban it are the same reasons they use for almost everything to get banned. Like, it's the poster child for the type of card they would ban. So, all right. Talking it out is a thing in AOS and 40k. Does it happen in Magic as much? Yeah. Oh, yeah. In Magic, sure. It's a casual format, remember. It's not a competitive one. And so Magic actually has codified into their rules ways that you talk it out. When you produce an infinite combo, you explain the loop. First I'll do this, and I'll do this, and I'll do that. And I started with 1 mana, and I ended up with 2. And so you demonstrate that this is the loop you're going to do, and then you say how many times you're going to do it, and then it just happens that many times unless they want to interact with it. I'm going to take the rest of the turns, and on the rest of the turns, eventually I'm going to draw this 1 card and cast it, and then win the game. Okay. Oftentimes it'll be prompted with an opponent. How exactly do you win during your infinite turns? Oh, okay. And then you just move on with your life. Because it's like a waste of time otherwise. You don't want them to literally take 60 turns in a row. Who wants to sit through that, you know? If there's like a particularly clever or interesting interaction that causes the win, that's kind of cool to hear about. And if they have potentially a relevant thing to do, you might ask them to play it out because you really do have a way to maybe you have a way to interact with it. Okay, no big deal. Sometimes it's about novelty too. It sure is, even with your infinite combos sometimes, or whatever combo you happen to be using. We actually, I think a lot of people are like this, and a lot of pods and groups are like this. You try to have your win conditions be a particular type of stupid, like still good, but just like, oh, you hadn't heard of this one, or that's a goofy way to win or something, because it's like, it's more fun than the most typical, like, boring ways. Like, for instance, we were just talking about Baba Lysaga. I have Field of the Dead in this deck, and like 30 cards that search for land or draw cards, and 3 different ways to copy it. So I could for sure just simply put Craterhoof Behemoth in here and have the easiest win con ever with randomly a bunch of zombies. But only a commander player would be like, well, you accidentally make 1,000,000 zombies, and so just put Craterhoof in and kill everyone. And they're like, no, dude, I'm going to play this Portal 3 Kingdoms ass white border Zhao Dun guy and enter a loop with this card, and then this other card with certain graveyards, and infinitely reanimate and sacrifice every creature on the battlefield until everyone loses from taking 5 from Kokusho every loop. You want to make some like stupid ass win con instead of like the boring one, normally. I don't fault anyone for doing it. If you play a Craterhoof and kill me, I'm like, yep, that's gonna do it. It's actually, I don't know, maybe Craterhoof gets a bad rap or something like that. I think it's funny to calculate exactly how much he swings for, because it's always surprisingly high. It's always higher than you thought it would be. How much is Craterhoof swing for? Oh, like, you kind of do the math in your head a little bit. Oh, how many creatures are out? And then by the time it's really finally happening, you're like, damn, that's... Somehow, it's always more than I thought it was going to be. All right, yeah, you're swinging for 200. I thought I was going to... Yeah, okay. Blockers don't matter. It's fine. Portal 3 Kingdoms? Yeah, dude, I like Portal 3 Kingdoms. I like it. I was so happy when they let us play with it, And yeah, I know. Eternal Witness is literally better. Fuck you. First of all, fuck you. And second of all, he's got horsemanship, dude. You can cast hatred on him. Let's go. Anyway. And also, I am playing Eternal Witness already. And Timeless Witness already. I wanted a third one. It's Commander. It's fine. Craterhoof is nothing. Wait till they see Jetmir in the command zone. He too, yeah. He is arguably, well, he's worse than Craterhoof. But my man costs 4 and not 8. That's meaningful. And you can put him in the command zone. Although, if you do, you're kind of sending a message. But then again, if you're trying to play somebody like Jetmir in the command zone, maybe you're the kind of player who wants to send a message. Maybe that's fun, right? Fair enough, Completely fair enough. Anyway, do you think the One Ring is still on a watch list for Commander? It clearly is in Modern and probably perhaps even Legacy. Certainly Modern. But in Commander, anybody want this banned, or is it too expensive and no one owns it? And so no one plays it? What do you think about that? Oh, speaking of, I was about to say it's kind of like Soul Ring, because it's a colorless artifact that goes in literally every deck. And aside from like the most hyper specific Cody, you can't play permanent cards that aren't land kind of deck. If you put the One Ring in every single deck, the deck is better, right? If it didn't have it before. Aside from maybe Cody, but even then, if they kill Cody, just cast the One Ring. I don't know. But then again, alright, Baba Lysaga. I don't play Sol Ring. I don't have a Sol Ring in Baba Lysaga. I'm trying to get lands on the battlefield. And I'm trying to count to 7 lands for field. I'm not trying to play artifacts that can get blown up like Sol Ring. Sol Ring's very good, but I have a ton of mana symbols. Assassin's Trophy, no colorless. Triple green, triple black, triple black, quad colored mana symbols. There's a lot of, especially early game stuff, that Sol Ring isn't necessarily going to help with, and I just want to put lands out. I'm a lands deck. So I don't have Sol Ring in Baba. So I guess, alright. But I do have the One Ring, so I made my choice. Here's something kind of fucked up, but I think I believe it. Gun to my head. Make the choice. You can only play one. Sol Ring or the One Ring. It's the One Ring. I don't even have to think about it. If I could only play either the One Ring or Sol Ring, I'd play the One Ring. No question. Snap decision. And I've already, like, the proof is in the pudding. I own this deck. I played it this weekend. It has a One Ring and it doesn't have a Sol Ring. Easy. Easiest decision I've ever made. And so maybe that's a bad sign if we're talking about banworthy. That I would immediately decide to play One Ring instead of Sol Ring. Now then again, it's a rare type of deck that doesn't really want Sol Ring, and even then if I put Sol Ring in, it'd still be good, right? But real men play with Aladdin's Ring. Oh, can I possibly remember how much it costs? Is it 6 to activate that thing? I can see the art in my head. That awful thing. Is it like 6 to deal 2 damage? 8? That card's so bad. Your dad used to have 2 copies of Sol Ring, and he'd move them between whatever deck he played. Super annoying. Same with Maze of Ith. Well, Maze of Ith has always been kind of expensive. Sol Ring, not really. Well, obviously, if you're not talking beta or alpha or anything like that. I don't like doing that. And I know if you care about money, you should do that. But that's so annoying. That being said, I think One Ring is up to like 100... What? Is it 100 for the cheapest version? Or is it 80 for the cheapest version? I can't remember what the cheapest version... I bought them... When I bought my One Rings, they were $55. I bought 4 One Rings because I'm like, my maximum number of commander decks is 4. I've limited myself to 4. I don't want to be one of those people with 30 commander decks. I don't have the money for it anyway. And right now I have 3 commander decks, and I haven't found the right 4th one, so I just haven't built it, right? And so I bought 4 One Rings because I figured they were going to go up. And it hurt to buy them at 55, but I think now they're 150 or 120. I don't know. They're a lot. I don't want to look at it. I'm gonna. 140. Yeesh. Okay. Well, hey. Exploit early and often. He had those cards when Magic first came out. Ooh, the goods. All right. Damn, those are... Beta Sol Rings are worth quite a bit nowadays. I also like Maze of It, too. The One Ring is a Rule 0 card. It's a power level discussion, not banworthy. I don't even know if it's a power level thing, really. Well, maybe it is. Well, hear me out. Cheapest possible is 80. Yeah, with the golem artwork on it, or the golem artwork. It looks so bad. Like I feel so bad. The cheap version has the really hideous art, of course. But, yeah. It still works, right? Do you have a tribal deck for the lols? No, I don't like tribal deck building. It never interested me. I don't like the whole tribal thing, because it builds too much of the deck for you, is my problem with it, tribal. It's too easy of a, just play elves and type in elf and search for all the best elves, and all the elves that have the word for each elf you elfed. They all get whatever, I don't know. I don't like tribal decks, I guess. I'm not the type for it. They don't suit me. They don't interest me that much. I don't want to disparage it, but it just, yeah, I don't, I'm not trying to choose all the same creature types. I want to have a more interesting for me way of playing. Tribal? Actually, it's kindred now. Ugh. It's like the Latin X of Magic terminology, but fine. Alright, kindred. The boardroom from California has decided that kindred is a little more inclusive of these make-believe goblin fantasy creatures. Okay, whatever. Clutch your pearls elsewhere and maybe stop squeezing Magic the Gathering for all it's worth to death and releasing 70 sets a year. I look forward to the McDonald's Burger King food token and Draft King's Universe Beyond. Anyway, what were we talking about? Yeah, the tribal stuff. Or tribal decks, I mean. Playing it in Arena, the One Ring felt eminently manageable. My thing about the One Ring is, I don't think the play pattern is like obnoxious or toxic though. It's really good because drawing cards is really good, but what happens when you play it? You pay for one turn cycle, you have a fog effect on you, but all of your stuff can still die. And then you draw extra cards every turn, which is way too good. And it's indestructible, so it's hard for your opponents to get rid of it, right? Like, yeah, that's really good and it belongs in every deck. But unless you're casting, like, Mind Over Matter and untapping it, right, to draw your whole library or whatever, it is kind of a slow burn that now you're the arch enemy. You play the One Ring, you're the arch enemy of the table now. Because you're going to be drawing enough cards to deserve to be that. Alright. It doesn't strike me as like a Nadu or something. Or a Paradox Engine. Or whatever else. Whatever other cards are banned. Like Grizzlebrand Just Win. Tinker. This fucking guy, the Alpha Man. For every turn you take an additional turn. I don't know. It's just like way more generically good value than they ever should have printed on a card that goes in every deck. And I say just at the beginning of that sentence, but yeah, maybe it is a Rule 0 thing. Unban trade secrets, you cowards. Wait, is trade secrets banned? Oh, that one. Okay. I was thinking of a different card. Yeah. Trade secrets. All right. Yeah, this is the one that interacts poorly with the format of Commander. And actually, trade secrets, this card here, if anyone doesn't know, you and target opponent they draw 2 cards. If they do, you draw up to 4 cards. And then you get to repeat this process however many times they want to. Right. So what this means in a commander game of 4 people is that you and target opponent draw like 20 cards. And then the other 2 players at the table have lost the game. It hasn't happened yet, but they're just out of it. You and whoever you happen to be targeting draw a billion cards, and now it's you 2 playing against each other. The other 2 players are out of the game. Collusion the card. This is a microcosm for why commander tournaments can't work and are a bad idea. And won't ever be officially supported and shouldn't be. And all of them that have money at the top are kind of fraudulent for doing so. It's because of this. Because this is how the game works. This card just does it, right? But you can do that with anything. And it's like impossible to stop or figure out. With your team beforehand, with people outside the shop, with whoever, whatever. Like, king making is how you can choose to win the game. And that's a problem when there's money at the top. And I don't know how to solve it. I don't think you can. I mean, level 4 judges created Commander, and they had no solution for that problem, and their solution was it's not a competitive format, and you shouldn't make tournaments for it. Because there isn't a solution to that. And then they did anyway, because people wanted to, but that's a rough one. Okay, I see you ramp up with that effect over time. I'm going to throw a deck's worth of red-white at you now. It may be. It would work out. I think it's not close. Watch list. This one used to be here. Dockside. Only if it becomes ubiquitous. And I think people learned how to deal with this. They play it in their really good decks, and they don't play it in their lesser good decks, and it's mostly fine. It goes infinite with everything, but oh well. A lot of stuff goes infinite with everything. I don't understand Commander. Not even close. How come all the free commander spells are on this list? Are there actually people who want these banned? I don't know about this one. Third grade. Oh, that's not true. They're not bad cards. They're not bad cards. That's not true. It's just not close. There we go. Oh, maybe here. Alright. Magistrate is just because people don't like Nevermore effects they have commanders. I think so too. And I think that's worth thinking about and kind of respecting a little bit. Because remember, they ban for like the 99%, the casual people. And so, even though it's a bad card, there are bad cards that they've banned. Half of the ban list is bad cards. You know? Coalition Victory is a bad card. And yet it's banned. Biorhythm is a really bad card, and it's banned. Trade Secrets is technically a bad card, but it doesn't operate that way. Panoptic Mirror is a bad card, and yet it's banned. All of the dexterity cards are bad. You know. Upheaval. Sway of the Stars. Arguably Irayo isn't actually good, and yet she's banned. Same with Braids. But like being good or bad is only like a tiny part of the reason anything gets banned generally. Mirror is banned because you just time walk every turn, but there are worse versions of that even. Yeah, I don't. There are like, I guess you could always say there are way better ways to take infinite turns, because there are. You play Panoptic Mirror, and then you put something on it, and then you pass your entire turn. You spend 10 mana and resolve a spell. And so no one had a counter. No one had a stifle effect. No one has any way to destroy an artifact at instant or sorcery speed. 3 entire players get to take their whole turn looking for any way to stop that. And then you win. It's the same as like those upkeep, if you have 20 creatures in your graveyard, you win the game style cards, except it's way easier to stop and way more expensive. So from that perspective, I don't know why Panoptic Mirror is banned. Very few people would actually take infinite turns with it, because the type of person interested in taking infinite turns would rather do so for 5 mana instead of 10, in a way better way. I bet people would just put Wrath of Gods on it, or some annoying ass sorcery to build your own enchantment that works on an upkeep. It's actually fine to unban even. Panoptic Mirror with Decree of Annihilation imprinted and then give Mirror an indestructible counter or something? Sure, yeah. 5 for that. Decree of Annihilation is what? 8? 10? To imprint it? And then give it an indestructible counter and no one responds, no one exiles it. You had something like 20 mana to be able to do that. That includes 3 different cards as a 3-card combo that passes the turn? Sure, just win then. You assembled a 3-card combo with 20 mana that requires you to pass the turn, then just win and play another game. Simply win then. Yeah, Jor or the Gitu can do that for a lot cheaper. Non-Magic player here, if they are bad, why are they banned? Because it is a non-competitive format. This is a casual format, where the people who made the format were like, don't make tournaments out of this. We won't be tournament balancing it. This is for casual funsies. And so we usually don't even ban for power level. Like sometimes we do for the most powerful things ever, but not really. We ban for stuff that's just really annoying or toxic. And we try to ban as few things as possible. And you're supposed to play with a bunch of old, like, too good cards and do goofy stuff with them. And that's why. Most people are used to bannings as it pertains to competitive tournaments. What's the metagame? This deck is winning 70%. This card is too good. This hero is too good. Change this thing's war scroll, right? But in Commander, it's different. You're banning play patterns, not necessarily wins, is a better way to describe it, maybe. Now, the list is, like, hella antiquated. And it features some cards that are just laughably awful and no one would ever play with, but they're meant to be like, don't do stuff like this, is what they say. I still think most of them are just so horrible that you could unban them and nothing would happen. But the Rules Council is very conservative in their actions. And that's a good thing. And as a conservative, they say, if making a change would essentially do nothing, then we won't make the change. We make changes so that good things happen. We make changes when they are necessary. If a change would basically do nothing, then just don't do anything. Only do things. If you unbanned Biorhythm, essentially nothing would happen. If you unban Sway of the Stars, like nothing would happen. So don't. Feel like some Biorhythm just don't work in Commander. It cuts 160 life into 8. That's fine. I think Biorhythm is actually a very Commander card. It's in the spirit of the format to do something silly like this. What if you destroy all creatures and then cast Biorhythm and the game is a draw because everyone's life is 0? I think that's funny. That's the kind of stuff that EDH was made to do. Cutting 160 life into 8 is perfectly fine. You're paying 8 for Biorhythm. You could have paid 9 to Tooth and Nail and just won. Instead, you do something silly. So Biorhythm is maybe a bad example because I think it's a very, like, funny Commander card. It's just kind of probably no one would play with it, so what's the point? Last time they changed the ban list, they had to undo it with Flash. Yeah, they essentially exchanged places. They did the exchange places thing twice. Once when they unbanned Painter Servant and banned Iona, because they didn't want both in the format at once. And Iona, of the two, was the correct thing to be on the ban list. And Painter Servant without Iona isn't really ever a problem. And they wanted people to experiment with him. And then the Flash Hulk thing, it was either Flash should be on it or Hulk should be on it. And Flash was an insane enabler that was only going to get better as creatures got better. And so they put it on it instead of Hulk. And now Hulk is used sometimes to do infinites and stuff, but Flash being on there was the right choice instead. So both of those examples, I think they did the right thing. Iona versus Painter Servant, I think she's in the right place and so is he. And same thing with Hulk and Flash. Flash absolutely deserves to be here. And Hulk is like arguable, but zero people play Hulk in casual, so it doesn't matter anyway. That was their one CEDH ban, they said. They're like, don't ask for this all the time, we won't be doing it all the time, but we will do it this once. And now they ask for it every time, because that's how you do it. Unban Emrakul the Anne's Torn, something would happen. I think it would be fine. As a Commander player, I think it would be fine. The problem with Emrakul is they don't like it when you completely wreck one person and then someone answers it and the game keeps happening for another 45 minutes. They don't like that situation. And so I think that's the reason why it's going to stay. I think Commander is powerful enough to handle Emrakul. Even sometimes in mid-power level tables. It's just the problem with it is it completely destroys someone, and if they're not dead, it takes them mostly out of the game. And then the other 3 people keep playing for half an hour. And so that's an argument I would use to defend Emrakul being on there. But if it got taken off, I would agree. I would feel kind of bad for maybe in your head, some casual people or whatever, and I would definitely put it in a deck immediately. I wouldn't be attacking with it. I would be returning it to my hand to take infinite turns. So maybe it's a good thing it stays on here or whatever. It's fine. It'd be another Rule 0 thing. Any Emrakuls? It's the same argument as to why aggro is bad in EDH. For the most part, yeah. Except instead of just reducing someone's life total, which is sort of irrelevant, it reduces their board state to the Stone Age, which means they're kind of really actually out of the game, even though the game technically keeps going. And they don't like that. They did that with this one. They did it with a few others. And I think they're like reasonably correct to not like that. You know, at least as a signpost thing. As a monocolor enjoyer, may Iona rot on the ban list forever? Yeah, and that's another thing. Playing fewer colors is objectively worse than playing more colors. in almost all ways. And it's also the cheaper way to play. And so you don't want to double punish mono or dual color people who maybe can't afford to play 5-color decks or whatever. You don't want to punish them even more and lock them out of the game. And what would that do? Well, okay, there's 2 people playing red at the table and 2 people not, and you name red, and the mono red player can't play, and the other opponents don't really have an incentive to deal with Iona and bring him back into the game, so he's just like out. And it forced, and because I played when Iona was legal, because she was legal for a long time. And during that time period, you put 6 or 7 of the worst, most garbage overcosted 7 mana instant exile target permanent colorless horseshit cards you've ever seen, just in case of Iona, so you wouldn't lose to her. You just had to play like several to a bunch of the worst Scour from Existence, Karn, crap. And so banning her was just a good thing. You don't have to play with that. You don't have to warp your deck building to have grotesque, overcosted crap in it for that reason. Play with O-Stone and stuff, Spine of Isha. Spine of Isha is actually pretty good if you can recur it, but the other stuff isn't. For aggro to work, it needs to focus on one person at a time. And people don't like it. Yeah, because you're like bullying one person, then the other people get off scot-free. And you tend to waste a bunch of time and resources killing one person, and the other 2 manage to ramp/draw you out, so that you have no hope of killing anyone else after the dust settles, and you always lose. And so if you're playing like classical aggro, what you do is you probably kill one person right away who's mad, and then you get dunked on 100% of the time by the 2 people that you ignored. And if you ever switch targets, you essentially erase all of the tempo that you've accrued. And so aggro just sucks. But that's Commander. Yeah, aggro's not good in Commander in general, unless you're hurting everyone or killing everyone or getting a board state that's so ludicrous that it can protect itself or deal with multiple people at once or whatever what have you. Or deals with poison or commander damage or combos or whatever. But that's, it's part of the format too. The only time you were tempted to get into Magic was those funny Warhammer decks. The day they made Age of Sigmar, you'll have no choice but to get into Magic finally. Yeah, I don't think it's a big enough game for that. Age of Sigmar is pretty popular compared to what people probably thought it was going to be. But 40K has entered the popular cultural lexicon worldwide. And that's why they got a Magic set. And they did that 30 years ago, and they've been coasting. In a 100-card deck, how much better are the Moxen than a card like Sol Ring? Never really played competitive Commanders, so you don't know what kinds of broken things you can do with 5/0 cost ramp. I have some. I've never put them in a Commander deck, so I don't know. I will say that they really do make you want to play 5 colors, so you get 5 free 0-cost artifacts with no downside. I think they're way better than Sol Ring, because that color really is important. In Commander, anyway. But, yeah, they're completely crazy, right? It would be cool, but, it would just be... If the Moxen were if the Moxen were legal, it would just be the... Commander would be like Vintage. The format. And so they started with these things banned, rightfully so, because of the public perception. They didn't want it to just be Vintage, the 100 card format. Highlander Vintage, which it would be. And every deck is either all proxies or costs $50,000. And it's like, nah. Nah. Anyway, runs the spoons, it would be completely nuts. Most CDH decks are running about 5, 0, or 1 mana cost kind of Moxen with huge downsides, and they're orders of magnitude faster and better than normal commander decks. If all of those Moxen were simply 0 and had 0 downside, they would be playing them, and they would still be playing the other 5, and it would be even, there'd be like 10 of them. It'd be so good. Yeah. A little too far, right? They are now banned because of the price. They were banned because of the price in the original banning when they were a few $100s each. Because it was price and also the perception of the format being prohibitively expensive to get into, right? And being a vintage thing. So it was price and another thing, which basically means price. And they are all 10 times more expensive now. Or more. So I like your Moxie, kid. They made an AOS Secret Lair once. Yeah, it was super low effort, though. Yeah, you're right. I don't think any of the cards in the Secret Lair were even playable, which is sad. It was like Loxodon Warhammer was the Hammer of Sigmar. Loxodon Warhammer was the Hammer of Sigmar. Like 16 years too late for anyone to care about that card. Yeah, Najila was one of them, the 5-color commander. And some white creature that cares about equipment that some people use in some equipment decks but isn't good. Danitha Capuchin, I think, except Lady. Yeah, Archaon was Najila, which... Why? Why is Archaon Najila? Why? Weird. Loxodon Warhammer makes sense. Primetime can't fight. True. Yeah, actually right. Actually true. I'm gonna get a drink. Re-up the beverage. Hey, BRB. Yeah, he gathers warriors. He costs 3 and is like, yeah. Anyway, BRB. Yo. We are back. Anyway, here's the sword tier list. Did we do this? I feel like someone asked for this. Speaking of magic. Did the kids these days even know what sort of X and Y is? S words. Maybe. We have not? Alright. Then I'll do it as requested. So, let's talk swords. I do have a reason, okay? There was once, these were once, some of them, were like the kings, right? Sort of fire and ice, feast and famine. Oh shit, dude, right? So good. But, one of the reasons why the swords as a whole, just all of them, have all gotten, I would not even say a little worse, but significantly worse, is because they've been printing a lot of really, really good colored artifact equipment. And so, yeah, Sword of Fire and Ice is real good. You can't put the Reaver Cleaver on it. The Reaver Cleaver is crazy. Like, it's hedging out some of these because the other equipments are, like, so good. That's kind of a problem with all of these just in general. Now, it's still really good to have protection from 2 colors. They're unblockable. They all do shit that's cool. But outside of an equipment deck, I think you play none of them. None of these swords are going in S tier. Auto include. Literally none. I don't even know if any of them go into great. I think we're almost just talking about equipment-specific decks. I don't think there's a reason to play even one of these in a non-equipment deck, really ever, anymore. Time marches on. Power creep is real. And some weird inside-out kind of stuff, like you can't target your own guys. You can't, like, slip out the back, phase out your guy, Galadriel's intervention, kind of put the Reaver Cleaver on something. That's like a tricky part to it. You play like reconfigures and living weapons and stuff now. Besides the classic, you know, Swiftfoot Boots, sometimes Lightning Greaves. Shadow Spear. Auto, you know. That kind of stuff. Hey, were you planning on changing the background music used for the index reading? Yeah. I've been meaning to for a while. 2 index readings ago, as in 2, so 8 hours of streaming those ago, I'm like, I think it's time to change the background music, but I haven't had time to search for another DMCA free one. But yeah. I was planning on doing it, and I probably am. Line Slash, Rabbit Battery, Lizard Blades, those are the equipment you play nowadays. Perhaps, yeah. No Sword of Calder. List sucks. Sword of Calder sucks. Got him. Sorry I had to do that to you. I know assembling the Calder combo is cool and old, and it's, you know, the Mirrodin had cool cycles. I get it. Let's start with the best one. Let's start with the singular best one, and I'll go here, and just so people can see them. The best sword, and it's not even close. It's not even a discussion, really. The best sword of X and Y is Hearth and Home. No question. Protection from the best removal color, which is white, and the best creature color for getting your attacks through, which is green. So it's essentially the best 2 colors to gain protection from. And it flickers a creature, and creatures are nowadays, the power creep is so crazy in Magic that creatures are 3 different sorcery paragraphs printed on a body now with enters effects. And so that's crazy value. And you search for a basic, so it ramps you. It does everything you want in all of Commander. You don't want to be blocked. You don't want your guy to get removed. If you have Vigilance, you want to perfectly block green creatures, sometimes even white ones. It produces value by giving you another Enters trigger, and it ramps you. It just does everything. It's the best sword. I call it Sword of Commander and Commander. And the best it can do is good. This is the best sword. And the best it can do is being good. It goes in some blink decks, maybe. Some flicker decks, maybe. And some equipment decks, maybe. Because the 2 colors it's immune to are 2 colors of equipment that you're probably not playing on that guy. Unlike red, for instance. It's the best. Where's this guy finding all the swords? Inside packs of magic cards. After that, what's the second best sword? After that, probably the second best sword is Feast and Famine, maybe? Feast and Famine is the second best sword. So, Sword of Feast and Famine. Oh, disgusting Assassin's Creed bad game art. Absolutely gross. Now, Feast and Famine is a sword that people play, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't do it. Most of the time people play Feast and Famine, I think it's wrong to do so. They see untapping all their lands, and they think that's really good, but I don't know. A lot of decks aren't taking advantage of that in ways that they could. Your opponent discarding a card is generally whatever, sometimes even good for your opponent, although more likely than not, it is bad for them. What I will say about green-black is it's 2 excellent colors for getting your attack through and to have protection from. Green and black. Black a little less so. If black is trying to kill your guys, it's generally forcing you to sacrifice them, so that just doesn't, it generally doesn't matter. Then again, white's probably wrathing them, so it doesn't matter over here either. So fair enough. Untapping all lands you control, it's very good if you have a lot of draw, Make sure you're always maximizing that mana, but a lot of times people just kind of throw it in. And I think it's probably in C tier. It's not good. It's at the top of like C+, maybe. Or is it like bottom of good? What do you play this in? Like, what should you play this in, though? I could see playing this in almost any commander deck, technically, that plays creatures. This thing, in a certain way, who doesn't want to untap all their lands? But also, if you're just playing the value random land untapper, I mean, it could be something else that's more focused. Just play Belladra's Witherbloom. Well, you can play this in non-green-black, right? Man, I'm so torn. Fine. I'll put it in good, but Sword of Hearth and Home is way better than it. Next. I'll no longer go in order, and I'll just start doing... Alright, Body and Mind trash. Body and Mind. Protection from green and from blue. Those are good colors to have protection against. Blue does do a lot of targeting. Although Cyclonic Rift doesn't. But, blue's going to target stuff. And green is a wonderful color for getting your attacks through, as always, right? It creates a 2/2 green wolf creature token. That's decent. Creating a little blocker guy is undervalued in Commander, but I think it's really important. Making a little blocker guy, just having stuff out, discourages people from attacking you. If you have a guy out and your opponent doesn't, your opponent's probably getting attacked. And that's a low-key kind of fact of life a lot of the times in Commander. And then that player mills 10. which is either irrelevant or actually good for your opponent. So that's a problem. It either doesn't matter or it's good for them. Unless I guess you're on a mill strategy, but if you're on a mill strategy, then you're combo milling, probably. I don't see the appeal. It's trash. Sword of Fire and Ice used to be the best one. It was the one that survived the longest in Legacy. It's no longer that good. Is it better than Feast and Famine? I wonder. Having protection from red and blue isn't great. Drawing a card is really good. Dealing 2 damage to some 2/2 hate bear or something like that is actually pretty decent. Untapping all your lands is potentially strong, and having better protection colors. Which one of these two is better than each other? Probably this way, right? Feast Sword. But it's pretty close. I don't think you play either of these in any case. I think I'm ready to say that Fire and Ice is worse because the amount of equipment they have printed that causes you to draw 1,000,000 cards has been a lot higher than the amount of equipment they've printed that causes you to ramp or something. So I think Sword of Fire and Ice is just, if you're trying to draw cards, look elsewhere. They made the equipment for you, and they made like 4 of them. Possibly even 7 of them. So we'll say it's not good. Next is Light and Shadow. Ugh, I hate that they use the most recent art for all this stuff. I don't want to look at Assassin's Creed, but here it is. Protection from white and black. Decent colors to have protection against. Gain 3 life, totally irrelevant. And return a creature from your graveyard to your hand, really good. Recursion is really good. Especially in Commander, recursion's the name of the game. If something was worth playing once, it's worth playing every turn. That being said, Sword of Light and Shadow is probably in the not good / never play. Getting a creature from your graveyard to your hand is potentially more useful than people give it credit for. Sword of Light and Shadow, everybody thinks is like the terrible one. I think it's quite good in Commander. Quite good in Commander. But still, you would probably never play it. And so it lands in C tier. Is Vorpal Blade on here? No, but I could put it in here. That's the one where you win the game if you play 8. So if you're in a Cabal Coffers deck, and your commander has horsemanship or something, then Vorpal Blade is hilarious. It's like a hatred that stays on the battlefield, right? It's funny. Is it good? Probably not, but I think it's fun. It's a funny win condition, and so I'd put it in. I won't blame you. And Sword of War and Peace. Sword of War and Peace was absolutely ridiculous in draft and limited. And that's it. It does some damage and it gains some life. Who gives a fuck? It's trash. It has protection from actually good colors, though. Every way that red has, just about, to kill creatures or wrath the board involve damage. And so the guy is fucking invincible. Your opponent is sitting there looking at a hand of absolute trash, garbage ass. I'm playing mono red and I want to kill everybody's creatures, and so I'm living in a fantasy world where these Wrath of Gods are good, like Blasphemous Act and whatever 1 for 4 where all the creatures deal damage to themselves equal to whatever. And Sword of War and Peace just wins, right? It's super good. But it's not like any of those red cards are good anyway. So it's trash. I think it's better than Body and Mind. Because it hoses red so hard defensively, kinda. But it's still trash. Next up, Sword of Sinew and Steel. Here we go. The only card you won with in draft more than War and Peace was Wormcoil Engine. Oh, it was so good. Oh man, Wormcoil Engine's my city. Sword of Sinew and Steel. Pro black and red. Again, decent colors to be protected against. You're immune to the color red, largely. And black, I mean, it's going to get sacrificed, but you can't be blocked. That's sick, right? But what does it do? When it deals combat damage to a player, destroy up to one target planeswalker. Huh? Who? Destroy up to one target 1v1 format card and up to one target artifact. Okay, destroy an artifact, kind of nice. Everybody's playing artifacts. It doesn't even have to be an artifact that the player you attacked controlled. Funny note. Planeswalkers never happen, so it really only does one thing when it attacks. Which is very disappointing. I like that it can shoot any artifact anywhere, regardless of who you were attacking. However, it is trash. But it's at the top of trash. Next is sort of Truth and Justice. Pro white and blue. Not great colors to be immune to, but it's fine. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, put a 1/1 counter on it, and then proliferate. I think proliferate decks... Are proliferate decks still crazy desperate enough to play something like this? Maybe. I don't know the mind of a proliferate player. I read this and it's just ipsum lorem text. This thing is trash. But I don't know how desperate people are to trigger the proliferate effect. So... Anyway, so because I don't know how much people actually play proliferate, I'm going to put it in not good. I don't know the minds of proliferate players. I don't know what their deck lists are supposed to do. So I'll put it in not good. Instead of never play. Or trash. Sort of once and future. Radstorm exists now. Proliferate just means desperately spamming toxic and usually getting bodied before the plan works. Okay. Whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, Surveil 2, which is generally a bad mechanic. For self-mill, kinda, card selection, kinda, but just generally not good. Then you may cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. And then if it would be put into your graveyard, exile it. So it's Snapcaster Mages and, what's the Thought spell for 1? It's like a fair, you know, you used to do this in Legacy with, Delver and stuff. It was like mill 2, draw a card. Anyway, an entire, like, blue-black Snapcaster Mage fairy deck printed on 1 card, which is kind of cool. But it's just very, very, very not made for Commander at all. It's a super non-commandly card. And then Sword of Green and Red. This is a sword I was very much looking forward to. A relatively recent sword. Much like Once and Future. That I was really looking forward to and was humongously disappointed by. Sword of Forge and Frontier. Thought Scour, that's it, Latino Hot. That was the one. Protection from red and green are great colors to be protected against. Immune to red removal. Tons of green creatures, stuff like that. Awesome colors, right? Good work. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. Damn. It's unplayable. I'm so mad. You may play an additional land this turn. Amazing. You get an Explorer. Extra land every time you hit something. If only this first one was a May. Because the new way, I shouldn't say new, but to me it's new, alright? The way that they decided red should have card advantage, the whole exile the top card of your library and you can only play it this turn thing, is so bad. It's so bad. Hey, remember that, hey, you know that card that you wanted to draw late game? It's just gone forever. It's gone. It's not like gone in your graveyard, you can recruit, it's just gone. Oh, nice. Oh, Godo? The Godo that I want to draw later? Yeah, he's just exiled. Oh, thanks. I love it. Holy. It ruins this card and it ruined the color for me, basically. Exile the top X cards of your library, you can play them this turn, is a really, really powerful effect in 1v1 matches and combo decks. But it's antithetical to the way that I want to play Commander and build Commander decks. It's the ultimate FOMO. It's so bad. I hate it. Never play. Next. What's the other thing? Sort of Dungeons and Dragons is a meme. I won't even look it up. It's a silver border card, whatever. Trash. And then the most recent one, Sword of Wealth and Power. Sword of Wealth and Power. They ran out of color combinations. And every sword they printed after Sword of Hearth and Home was a huge disappointment. And they wanted to disappoint us further, and so they wrote Sword of Wealth and Power. Protection from instants and sorceries. Now this is cool and interesting. But the reason why the swords are good is because they want you to hit the opponent. And they give you a way to hit the opponent because they get protection. You can't block creatures with protection. And so they're a nice little, they combo with themselves. The creature is unblockable for 2 different reasons. And then it gives you something if your creature wasn't blocked. Awesome. Well, here we have Sword of Wealth and Power that doesn't do that. So it's like kind of trash as a sword of X and Y because it doesn't do the thing that all the swords do. Protection from instants and from sorceries, right? Which is like maybe 30% of the reason creatures die is from targeted instants and sorceries, maybe even less. Like sacrifice effects get them, wraths get them, abilities get them, combat gets them, blocking gets them. I think they made this because it's like kind of cool from a mechanical, thematic kind of standpoint, but it doesn't work at all as what the thing is supposed to be. And then if it manages to deal combat damage to a player, which means they just didn't have any creatures or something, you make a treasure token, which is good. And when you cast an instant sorcery spell, you can copy it, which is great. What a good ability. But it doesn't help you do that, and so it kind of fails as a sword. Anyway, it's really bad, but it's kind of like interestingly bad. I think maybe it's like the most playable of the never play ones. Anyway, there we go. Hearth and Home. These are not good. But you could play with them anyway, and I think usually they're maybe a mistake, but you can if you want to. And then these you simply never play. You can play this one in a deck that doesn't care about any of its own cards ever. Like if you have no combos and no interactions and no expensive cards and no situational cards, then sort of Forge and Frontier is really good. But I don't know who would ever build a deck that has none of all of that stuff. And then these are just simply trash, like they're just bad, or they don't exist. And largely speaking, we're just past the sword era. This is, a final salute. I guess. We're mostly past the sword era. They've printed Shadow Sphere, or sorry, they've printed Shadow Spear. We got reconfigure creatures that they're technically creatures, and then you can equip them onto stuff for pretty cheap, and they turn into equipment, and then they turn back, and they have colors. We have Reaver Cleavers, and equipment is just better than when this kind of stuff was around. And they don't play nice with those because a lot of them have colors. It's a sad day. But Hearth and Home is still ridiculous. Feast and Famine feels good when it works. Recursion is still good and having pro stuff. These are probably outclassed by any 3 different other things you could be playing instead. These are like interesting ideas ruined by something, and then these are just all like really bad and always have been. All right, hey, damn, I love swords. There you go. And tell me how wrong I am in the comments. And just so you know, this is self-awareness time, okay? Because I play an equipment deck, and it features Hearth and Home, Feast and Famine, Light and Shadow, Fire and Ice. I play 3 cards that I just said aren't good anymore. And they're not, but I play them anyway because it's a commander. You're supposed to play funny stuff if you want to. So there you have it. Anyway, hey, all right. Do you guys got any comment or question before we close it out on just about anything? I said open stream, and so I was just going to meander. I had things prepared just in case, but you know. What's my mic? Can't remember. I'm very unhelpful here. I can't remember. I'm sorry. It's not a Shure SM7B like all the other. That used to be like the mic everyone would recommend, but it was too expensive for me. It's just like a vocal mic you can get at a Guitar Center with a bulb at the end of it. And I probably should have a pop filter, but I lost it. It has okay sound quality, but not the greatest. Someday I'll upgrade. No idea how Magic works. Play Warhammer, but I love your content regardless. Hey, thanks for liking my stuff, even if you don't quite understand what I'm talking about. Sometimes I watch people, even if I don't know what they're talking about, because it's interesting listening to someone talk about something they're knowledgeable or passionate about, right? Pop filter, how will you drink Dr. Pepper? Sort of falling off. Yeah, basically. I wonder if there's like an equipment tier list. That would be more interesting. Shit. We should have done that one. Should have done the equipment tier list. But that probably would have taken too long because there'd be a billion of them. Bruce, thanks for becoming a HeyWoah enjoyer. I appreciate it. On YouTube. TYVM. No idea about Magic, but you just love hearing you yap about nerd stuff. I'm here to yap about nerd stuff. Riffs, Dungeons and Dragons, TTRPGs, Magic, Warhammer. Sometimes even movies, film industry. Vidya games and waifus. Skullclamp, Auto, S. It's so good. Oh, Skullclamp. Oh, how I love Skullclamp. Future content ideas, following like Mana. Manriki Gusari. Sideboard card meme at best. Destroy target equipment. Okay. It probably has to exist, but I don't know that I would ever actually play with it. Oh, by the way, I have an important announcement. I love that. Anyway, yeah, I mean, if we're rating equipment, that's easy. All right. Reaver Cleaver, S tier. This is my Arden Crom, like Weeabo Fightan Magic equipment deck. Reaver Cleaver, S tier. Dude, treasures equal to the damage dealt, infinite attack phases with aggravated assault, or just crazy value. S. Let's go. Helm of the Host. One card, infinite win con with Godo, Banded Warlord. Alls you needs is 11 mana. Kind of tricky, but you can do it. Like, Helm of the Host. I don't know where I would put it. I don't think it kind of defies tier listing because it's just part of an infinite, but it's not that great outside of it. Urza's Saga is probably an S tier equipment. You have to wait a little while to get the equipment, but it gives you 2 constructs in the meantime. Not bad. Don't forget, you can respond to the sacrifice trigger to create another construct, or float a mana, if you so please. Oh hey, like Book of Nine Swords. Yeah, exactly. What other? Key to the Vault is a brand new one. This shit is so good. I love Key to the Vault. Very pleased with it. In theory, it was good. In practice, it was great. Yeah, in practice, it ended up being just about as good as I thought it would be. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, look at that many cards at the top of your library. You can exile a non-land card from among them, put the rest on the bottom, and you can cast that one for free. Damn, that's value. Let's go. Big fan of Key to the Vault. Big fan. Skull Clamp with the Yoji Shinkawa artwork, they fucking got me. I thought the secret layers were so dumb. Universes Beyond. And then they're like, what about the Metal Gear concept artist? And I'm like, you son of a bitch. Fine. You fucking got me. Yeah, Skull Clamp is so sick. And the way Arden works, at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may attach any number of auras and equipment you control to target permanent or player. Target permanent. And I did this to names have been changed to protect the innocent Craig Saturday. Arden triggers. I attach Skull Clamp to target creature, his Bird of Paradise. So Skull Clamp is attached to it. It kills his bird, and since the bird dies, draw 2 card trigger, but I control the equipment still. So you draw 2 cards and you kill their guys. And so there's a little like tiny early game sub combo here where you end up killing everybody's little mana dudes and X1s as you draw cards off of it, which is super fun. What else? I do have Sword of Fire and Ice. Even though it's kind of a non-bow and it kind of sucks now. But it started out as me playing all the good Sword of X and Ys. It doesn't work with Reality Chip. It doesn't work with Key to the Vault. It doesn't work with Reaver. It's so sad. I should probably take it out. But I'm booming over here with my Swords of X and Ys. Yeah. Anyway, and it's, you know, all the different colors are good ways to become immune to people's decks, kinda. So, you know, fair enough. Reaver Cleaver sounds like a metal band. Yeah, it's sick. The Reality Chip is very nice with the stupid anime art on it, of course. It gives you Future Sight as long as it's equipped to a creature. Sure, I'll play lands from the top of my graveyard, value, or the top of my library. Reality Chip is value. Card has been very nice. Commander's Plate is like generically good. It's probably the least specifically good artifact that I run for equipment, but the reason why I put it in here is because it gives the creature +3/+3, and a lot of these like cool utility ass equipments aren't actually buffing the creature's power and toughness that much, and so it's nice to just have something kind of big and it's protection from the colors that you don't have. So it's also cheap. You can search it off of Lysaga if you want. Same with Shadow Spear. And this is Shadow Spear. Getting Trample and Lifelink are both very important in a deck like this, because you're going to be attacking, and you're not going to have a lot of creatures, and people are going to hit you back. Getting rid of Hexproof and Indestructible is sometimes useful. You can search it with Lysaga. It's just an auto. I don't need to tell you guys this. Shadow Spear is great. It's super, super good. Black Blade Reforged. If you want your creature to become absolutely huge, that's this. 1/1 for each land you control. Gets massive, and you need at least 1 or 2 artifact equipment to find that make the creature just like impossibly big if you need to. And there's a bunch of draw and tutor to find the one that you need for any particular social situation, right? It used to be the hammer of something or other that gave the creature like 10/10, and it loses flying, and it only cost 1. But I found it made me the arch enemy too quickly, and I didn't want to kill people that fast. I wanted to like play the game, and so I took one that ramps slower, essentially. Phyrexian Metamorph, again in that same secret lair that they got me with. It can cost 3. It copies any creature, copies any equipment, copies any artifact. It's just everything, right? Super good. Strata Scythe. All right, hand up. Yeah, Colossus Hammer, I think is what it's called, yeah. And this is the most boring equipment that I run, probably. It doesn't have any special... They never gave me any special arts or any cool stuff with it. But it's actually so good. 2-0, First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. It does every single keyword that you care about. Getting Vigilance somehow in an equipment deck is really important, to be able to both attack and defend with your massive guy. Finding a way to get Vigilance in your Voltron deck is really important. Sort of a Chroma Vengeance. Yeah, Chroma's Vengeance. That is too many good keywords. Put those back. Dude, that's a lot of good keywords. It's all of them. And +2 power on top of it. Great. Urza, Lord High Artificer. Well, he's in the good stuff for a reason. No, I don't have infinite combos with him or anything. It's just, now all of my equipment can tap for blue. It makes a giant construct token, and sometimes I can shuffle my library and do cool stuff. I just think he's neat. Ragavan. Some people say that Ragavan sucks in Commander, and they're basically right. You know, he's only really good early game. But you put enough equipment on him, and it allows you to get a treasure token and kind of attack even late game when you suit him up with enough juice, right? What else? Oh yeah, Conqueror's Flail. This is another one that's kind of snuck into every deck, including this one. Your opponent's casting spells on your turn. Well, that's bullshit. You don't want them to counter your stuff, right? Hey, play on your own turn. Get out of here. Also, it gives the creature +3/+3, which is not bad. So Foot Boots for haste and shroud. Sorry, hexproof. I don't play Lightning Greaves because I need to target my own creature way too much to play with Lightning Greaves. And I don't want to move it off of something and then put the thing on it, because then now there's an opportunity for your opponent to kill it in the middle of it. And so we only play with the hexproof one in this deck. Mithril Coat for indestructible. Hammer of Nazaran for indestructible, and then also it like auto equips onto it if you happen not to have Arden out. It's kind of nice, and +2 is pretty good as well. The downside to this one is that it's not indestructible. The downside to this one is that it doesn't auto equip for you. Fine. Usually you auto equip anyway. No big deal. Time for Bloodforged Battle Axe. I was thinking about it, but it just didn't make the cut. Bloodforged Battle Axe has to be out for a long time for you to get in my opinion, to kind of make it worth it. It has to be out for a long time, and you have to be really hitting people with stuff. Which is maybe fine. I think it's like a good card in a certain type of equipment deck. A bunch of ramp, sort of Feast and Famine, sort of Hearth and Home. sort of the anime. Generally what this deck tries to do is early game we tutor, and the first thing I always search for is Hearth and Home, probably, or sort of the Animist. Getting a creature out, like getting some Ragavan idiot out right away, and putting either Sword of the Animist or Hearth and Home on him so we can start ramping every time he attacks is the, like, plan A of the whole deck, is get a man out, equip him with one of these two things, and start ramping in colors that don't have green, so they're hard to ramp with normally. And then whatever else happens after that, we can try to draw enough cards to work our way out of whatever that situation happens to be. Right. Sword of Light and Shadow for recursion of our creatures. Sun Titan for recursion of our fetch lands and our equipment and our creatures and just everything. Sun Titan's super good. Mantle of the Ancients is sort of like a replenish. For after someone destroyed all artifacts, you play Mantle on something, it gets all of them back up, and now the thing's huge, right? And these two guys, Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch to get our permission and removal back every upkeep, and our Chaomancer to flicker to get our permission and protection back every turn. Synergizes with Hearth and Home. Every time you hit something, you flicker our Chaomancer and get mana drain back. It's kind of a nice loop that happens. Alright, I attack with my guy, I search for a land, I flicker our Chaomancer, get mana drain back, go. Oh, you try to do something, I'm mana drain, okay, on my turn I attack, flicker her, get mana drain back, you know, or whatever else you're doing. So it's kind of like a loop, or Sun Titan, or whatever. And then Argentum Armor, big. Sometimes you just need to blast something whenever creature attacks, destroy target permanent. It even hits lands. Equipped creature gets 6/6. It equips for 6, but actually we're playing Arden, so it equips for 0. It's still expensive at 6, but huge, stupid-ass equipment that vindicates every time the creature attacks, not even does damage. You're in. And Lion Sash, of course, is too good not to play. You need Graveyard Hate. You can tutor for it with your things. It puts it on itself, and that puts it on the creature. It's Scavenging Ooze, except a living equipment that's better in like 5 different ways. Amazing, right? And as a funny little thing, this guy with a bunch of equipment on him is actually hilarious. Spike Shot Elder. Spike Shot Elder with like a Black Blade Reforged and a Shadow Spear for life gain, or for lifelink. This guy's silly. You can enter a state where you're just chilling there with a bunch of untapped mana, and you can pay 3 to do 9 to something 4 times. It's kind of funny. He probably shouldn't be in there, but he's like cute, and Commander is the place for some cute stuff. Here's the things that I recently took out. Recently took out Final Showdown, Clever Concealment. I don't have enough creatures out exactly to make it totally free. And I think you play Clever Concealment if you can make it free. And if you can't, then probably don't. I took out Cavern Horde and Dragon because it was an alternative win con with Aggravated Assault. Like instead of Reaver Cleaver, you can have the Dragon for 2 that swings for 6 and gives you a bunch of treasures. But the problem is, like, halfway through killing everyone, you start attacking the person that doesn't have enough treasures to go infinite anymore, and I don't know, something had to go. It should probably be in instead of the funny little guy. But, and then I was running Assault Suit as a absolutely maulding for how I need an equipment I can search for every single situation, you know? Like, oh, what if I need Indestructible? What if I need Hexproof? What if I need protection from any particular color? You know, I want to always search for something that'll get it done, right? And so I'm like, I know. I'll search for Assault Suit against Grave Pact decks. Because the creature can't be sacrificed. And at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you may have the player gain control of it. You just don't. You just never choose to give it to him. And it's essentially an equipment that says 2/2 haste and can't be sacrificed. But I don't know. It kind of got taken out. I still think maybe I don't need 2 indestructible artifacts, and I should just choose one, and then Assault Suit goes in. For the most, like, oh damn, just in case this and that, how do I make the most invincible creature or whatever. Anyway, so those are the equipments that I'm playing in this one, and some of them are a lot better than others. But they're all funny. They're all funny little guys. And they go on a little flying haster, which is kind of nice. Poor Ooze, little buddy, used to run through Legacy. Yeah, now he's not even second fiddle. He's like 7th fiddle at this point. Just don't put that on Endrixar. This would be the perfect Archaon deck. You equip him with Eye of Sheeran, Slayer of Kings, Armor of Morkar. Yeah, to form the, give him all the artifacts that he has in the lore. And if they were doing a secret lair, wouldn't it be cool if they had like secret lair Archaon's arsenal, and it was like Archaon the character, and then all specific magic cards that make sense, that are just all of his little artifacts, and then you can build a deck and put them on him. That would be cool. Damn, wouldn't it be cool if the secret lair was good? What do you think the best equipment ever is? Skull Clamp. Yep. Best equipment ever is Skull Clamp. I don't think it's close. Skull Clamp sits a head and shoulders above all other equipment in the game, I think. There are other really good equipment, and there are other maybe equipment that end up being stronger in a situation or something, but I think the best equipment is Skull Clamp. And it's just the King of Kings. The second best equipment ever is probably Musawa's Jite. However, it has not adjusted for inflation very well, and is essentially outclassed in the formats that would be allowed to play it at this point. But I don't know if there's a better bomb in Limited you could even imagine than Jite. Like, it was so... You simply win. Like, anyway. Head and shoulders above for the thing. It clamps. Yeah, it clamps the skulls, dude. We're clamping. Yeah, Jit is pretty good, for sure. It's not really played anymore. And the only reason Skull Clamp isn't played in formats where it would be legal is because it's banned. You know. And you might say, well, Skull Clamp is kind of cheating because it doesn't interact with combat. Well, interacting with combat isn't actually a good way of winning. Or the best, or whatever. How much MTG streaming was there? You missed all of it. I mean, maybe 2 hours. A little less than 2 hours. Talked about all sorts of stuff. Apologies. You missed some of it. Yes, I play actual Stifle. Let's go. You gotta send a message in Commander. Actual Stifle. So many effects in Commander are activated and triggered abilities that might only happen once. I like it. I like it. And Stubborn Denial is kind of nice. You're going to have a creature with power of 4 or greater. Crom just is. And then furthermore, you're running a million equipment, right? So it's kind of good there. I've been liking Galadriel's Dismissal. I like this card. It's good for both ways. It's a protection card that can also kill your opponent, which is cool. You can target your own guy, and the way rules work is if you phase a creature out, all of the equipment attached to it phase out also. So if they try to destroy all artifacts, or they just try to deal with one of your equipments, you can phase the creature out, and all of the artifacts are saved as well, which is kind of a nice interaction. You can target yourself to phase out all of your creatures to avoid a board wipe, but then also sometimes you can just target your opponent, phase their creatures out, and kill them. So it's like randomly a win condition, which is kind of cool. Scourge was the best set. Fight me. You would want to fight liking the Scourge set, but also the Scourge set was good. If you like phase outs, are you playing Robe of the Stars? I am not. It is white. And I'm trying to put sort of Hearth and Home on the creature basically always. And which one is better? Sort of Hearth and Home. I'll protect the creature with Stifles and March, and Galadriel's targeting me if it's this. Counter spells, free counter spells, indestructibles, almost free counter spells. Other counter. I'll protect the creature that way. Than an equipment that just kind of flickers and gives it a big butt. Odd question, has there been much ruminating on a how-to for 4th Ed AOS, like double turn video for 3rd? I've actively decided not to do that yet, because I'm waiting for a big overhaul that might be coming. The FAQ that we got a few days ago was basically like we fixed a typo. This rule technically didn't work because we worded it this way instead of that way. Yeah, it works how you think it does, but, you know, that was the FAQ that we got. I'm imagining a big FAQ that's a lot more like, is this the way we want the game to work? Is this the way we want manifestations to work? Is this the way we want underdog to work? I'm holding off on how to play the game until then. And in any case, the advice that I give is pretty new player thing anyway, you know, very basic stuff. If you want advice on how to win tournaments, my advice is to find someone on YouTube who has won 3 tournaments in the last 5 tournaments they've gone to personally, you know. Mine is like, don't run to the center of the table and just stand there and then get doubled. Like, don't do that. Or try to outdrop your opponent. Low drops is good. If you're at the bottom of the battle round, consider giving priority away so you can be at the bottom of the battle round next round. Although that's actually not that great this edition. Maybe this is a reason why I should talk about that a little bit. But it's like level 1 advice. But a lot of people don't know level 1 advice. And so they might as well click on my video to learn the level 1 advice. If they want competitive tournament advice, well then they're going to click on competitive tournament gamer advice. I should hope. How good is blue dealing with enemy equipment cards? It's great. It casts Cyclonic Rift. And then it untaps and wins the game with some combo. It's great. I played against somebody playing Memnarch as the commander. Yeah, Mirrodin Memnarch. And he tried to steal my equipment, and so I stifled it. And then he tried to steal my equipment, and I stifled it after returning it to my hand. And then he tried to steal my equipment a 3rd time, and it finally worked. And then he stole the rest of my equipment. And then he killed 2 people with him, but he couldn't kill me, because it was my equipment, and if he killed me, it would go away. Funny how that works. Sometimes you get got, it's commander, no big deal. What am I going to do, not play equipment? Blue you would say is mid, but consistent way to remove stuff, and then you put counter spells and Cyclonic Rift. Yeah, blue has a few exile target artifact. They get a, whatever, 4/4 idiot or some sort of map thing. They have a few cards like that. There's a null, or not a null, but there's a new Swan Song that counters an artifact or a creature, I think. Blue is plenty adept at dealing with artifacts for the most part, and anything it can't deal with, it can either counter or bounce everything. It's plenty good. I mean, you can fight back against it. I have a lot of interaction here. Well, I have a lot of interaction on the stack, right? And so it's just like a game. You just play the game. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't work out. Try attacking with 7 stun counters, yeah. I will try to. It'll take a while, though. No pithing? No, I don't have pithing needle. Even though I am running Urza's Saga. Even though I'm running Urza's Saga, I don't have pithing needle, because the deck is pretty single-minded, and I built it to be single-minded. It was kind of a conscious choice. I'm like, I would like a dumb, kind of a dumb equipment Voltron that's more single-minded than I would normally build, and less control-y and more obsessed about like interaction and stack removal and stuff like that. So it doesn't go as controlling as, or it doesn't go as stacksy as you might expect it to. Like there's no pithing needle, there's no who's that 2/2 that makes artifacts enter tapped and you can pay XX white to destroy all of a certain amount or whatever. There's a bunch of like stacksy sort of cards that you could or probably should be running in a deck like this that would turn it from like a Jeskai equipment thing into more of a Death and Taxes kind of deck, but I don't want to do the Death and Taxes playstyle really. And so, you know, sometimes I'll get blown out by Memnarch. Oh well. I ended up winning anyway. It's fine. Dismantler. You get it. You have a Galta that is the meme of Timmy. Sometimes it's fun to have a theme or a design restriction or something like that. As you can see, I am operating under a very strict design restriction. Right, every card has to be amazing. As you can see, very restrictive design restriction. Every card has to be fucking amazing, but single-minded. Anyway, there's an old joke from a million years ago. This guy at a local store was like, I have a design restriction for this commander deck. I can only play, and then he would describe in one sentence, basically, I can only play cards that are fucking amazing, you know, and so it's just become a meme among, to call something a design restriction and then show me like the 9 most expensive best cards in all of Commander. Like, oh, nice design restriction. You managed to word a sentence that allowed you to play all that. Like, interesting. I only consider admitted humongous mistakes from the company, is my design restriction. I actually just took Mox Diamond out of this deck even. Speaking of design restrictions. I gotta put it in something else. It's not the best, but it's Diamond Pickaxe. I like Diamond Pickaxe. It was in the top, like, it was in a collection of like 8 equipment that could very well go in here, but it didn't make the cut. It's indestructible, which is normally kind of irrelevant, but sort of neat. I like making I like making a treasure every time it attacks, but it wasn't quite impactful enough. A perfectly fine artifact to play in a deck like this, though, I would say. It just didn't quite make the cut. Like, essentially, what equipment for 1 does it replace? Commander's Blade, Morgul Knife. Sorry, Shadow Spear. Pardon me. That being said, I like it, and it's good. It seems low-key, but I think it's better than people give it credit for. It just didn't make it. And, damn, I wish this guy came in non-foil. Wyleth. How come they print cards where they don't appear in non-foil? second world complaints, am I right? Anyway, it's time. MTG, yeah, the little MTG. I was just going to leave it open and have people talk about whatever, and we got onto a magic kick, and it never ended, and people started asking about commander decks. Let's go. Oh no, my magic cards are too fancy. Well, I don't like foils specifically because they curl, and then they become marked cards that you can cut to, and I don't want to be like that. And so I prefer to play, because I used to be competitive with Magic, and you didn't play foils, because they would bend and you'd be cheating. And your opponents would call you on it, and they would be mostly right. And so you just don't play with foils. Either they all have to be foils or none of them, right? And so I've kind of kept that up, and so I don't want to play with any foils. I like them to look cool, but I don't want them to be foil. And this guy only comes in foil. I'm mad. Release a normal version, you cowards. If it's the commander, that doesn't count, because it's always outside of the deck, so that, you know, that doesn't count. Anyway, funny monkey. Alright, I gotta get out of here. My apartment is 7 billion degrees. Like the surface of the sun, and I gotta turn on the AC. I have it turned off so that you guys don't hear an annoying noise in the background, because I care about my viewers. As I absolutely sweat, but it's time. You need to play more Commander. It's always so long to play it. Your LGS only plays Commanders on work days or mid-Sunday when the buses don't run. Okay. Yeah, I don't leave the Wizard Tower too often to play just a random pickup game. But if I'm going to the grocery store anyway and maybe to pick up a card, I might stop by every once in a while. You got to do all your things at once for, like, leaving the house efficiency, right? They have an app for that. It's called Spell Table. Yeah, I mean, I could play digitally if I felt like it. But I guess we're talking about, like, live Commander. The Command Tower. The Command Wizard Tower. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. Join me Wednesday. And Games Workshop, 8 p.m. CST. So, probably going to see some Stormcast. Probably going to see a whole lot of other stuff. Big. Can't wait. Surprise me, Games Workshop. This time, can the roadmap have, like, actual info on it? It won't. But I don't care. I hope the Stormcasts look good. See you Wednesday.